Good evening, watchers and readers. Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and today we are going to be doing our From Watchers to Readers, Episode 5, Chapters 25 through 31, reviews. Book club time, baby. It's time for book club. If y'all ain't know, it's time for book club. I hope everybody is reader. I hope everybody is ready, man. I had a really good time with these chapters that we had tonight. I think it was 6 chapters, right? Wait, 7 chapters. Yeah, with these 7 chapters that we read tonight, I really did have a good time with them as well. If you guys did, I definitely did. Just wanted to let that be known. I did have a really fun time with these episodes we got to see. And man, I'm really excited to just talk about them tonight and kind of go over it. I think these were I think this was the longest that we've gone without a dream sequence as well. No dream sequence in these 7 chapters that we read this time around in this segment. In segment 5, if you will. And that was kind of wild to me. I don't know what I was expecting, or maybe there was a dream, but it wasn't just as grand as the other ones. Now I can't really remember anymore. Now I'm confused. But no matter either way, I had a really good time with these chapters tonight, and I'm excited to get into it and talk about it, all that good stuff. If you guys haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions for whatever particular thing we may be partaking in at that particular time. And of course, you know, those weekly podcasts are out there for you guys to jump into. Should be getting those Wheel of Time podcasts up and running probably by February at the latest. So that'll be awesome. And I'm really excited to, you know, kind of get it cracking with all of that stuff there. I hope everyone is excited for today's episode of Book Club, or for today's segment of Book Club. I am really juiced. Hopefully next week I'll be able to do it early again at like the 6th time. I believe it's like 6 o'clock is the is the around the good time to do it. 6 or 7. So I'm not sure which one of those just yet to do it in, but we'll see. We'll definitely check it out and see what's going on. So let's jump into. Yeah, so we're going to jump into chat here in just a second, but first, and before we do, I just kind of wanted to go through and talk about how we are going to do book club, or at least how it's going to be set up for today and for the foreseeable future whenever we do book club for whatever book we do next, because whether you guys know it or not, man, we're halfway there. We are halfway there. We are actually further than halfway there as of tonight, of course, because we're going to like chapter 30, 31. So, bruh, we're deep into the book right now, you guys. So we're deep into the book, and I'm really excited about like being able to talk about how different a lot of the stuff is, and how we're catching up to a lot of other moments from the show, because you guys know that I am a watcher turned reader. So that's why the series is called From Watcher to Reader. And I think we're going to have a really good time talking about it tonight. So the way that we do things around here for these book club episodes is we, of course, we start off with, I will give my... What the hell is going on? What? I will give my my overall thoughts first about everything that we read, and then we'll go into then we'll go through chapter by chapter, and talk about how we felt about them. And at the end of every single one of them, we'll overall thoughts, chapter by chapter review and discussion. There we go. Review and discussion. So overall thoughts, open discussion with chat, of course. Chat talk, as I like to call it. Chat talk runs around here, I'm not gonna lie. So we're going to get some chat talk, overall thoughts, chat talk again, and then we'll go chapter by chapter, giving our review and discussion for each one. Again, if any of you guys are watching this on the replay, if you can, it was definitely helpful. Let me shout out the right person. Let me make sure I'm shouting out the right person that went through and did it last time. You're definitely the GOAT. I definitely appreciate you. As soon as you let me make sure I give the right person flowers. But as soon as you did, drop that in there, I went back and added it basically immediately. So big shout outs to Kevin Peters. Shout outs to KP for going through and giving those stamps on episode 4. And so if anybody does go and do, the timestamps in the chat, I'll definitely shout you guys out in the next video and in the description box of that video, just to kind of help everyone else be able to streamline through these episodes a little bit smoother once they come out. Because of course, when we do these live, we're talking and we're kind of chilling a lot until, well, not a lot, but we're kind of chilling with each other and just kind of getting all the haze and highs out at first, and then we kind of get into the more dedicated discussion after that. And some people may want to jump along or jump whatever they want to do. So so let's get it jumping and let's get into the chat. And if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream, because it definitely helps out tremendously around here. Damn, I ain't got no water. I might have to grab some water. I ain't got no water, but I do got a drink. Hello. What's happening? Okay, let's jump into chat and see how everyone is doing today. Mari Sue, love to see you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Let's get you some books. Add books and Mari Sue. I believe it's $250 for being the first chatter in there. Nice. Another episode title, Eyes Without Pity. Yeah, yo, I loved every episode. I loved every chapter tonight. I did get a little lost, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm pretty sure we'll be able to iron all that out here tonight. With whatever I didn't understand. Because I definitely was confused about some things, for sure. I wonder what's going on with it. Oh, I remember what I wanted to do. Let's throw really quick. I just wanted to start this poll. What was your favorite chapter out of these segments? Out of this segment, excuse me. Out of this segment? Question mark. Oh. It only gives me... I can't put all of the chapters at once. That's unfortunate, because I think there's like 6 of them. Maybe I can do it through the chat, actually, through CloudBot. Pause. Option, chapter... So what is that? Chapter 21. We got chapter 22. Damn, son. Oh, real quick, before we get any further, if you guys have not already seen my baby. Oh, you can only do up to 4? Oh, never mind. If you guys haven't already seen my baby, because we did post a picture up here on the YouTube channel as a post. But let me show you. Let me show you my baby. Where my baby? Oh, here's my baby. Whoops. Let me here we go. Give me 1 second. My bad. Here is baby sensei. My baby boy. My wife gave birth to this beautiful baby boy at around 5 o'clock in the morning on the 7th of January. There's my baby boy right there. Yo, he is a big bundle of joy, but he's also small. He came through at 8 pounds, 11 ounces, and 21 inches long. That's my little baby boy. We had him over the weekend. I'm pretty sure he's asleep right now, or I would have him. I would just show you his little baby face. And he's so tiny, but he's not tiny at the same time because he's 8 pounds 11 ounces, 21 inches long. But he's like tiny compared to the other babies. Yo, how many chapters did we go through? Damn. No, we didn't start at chapter 21, did we? I'm tripping, huh? Yeah, we started at chapter 25. I'm tripping. Chapter 29 and chapter 30. Chapter 31, right? All right. 25 to 31. Here we go. Boom. Start the poll. I think you have to do exclamation point space and then the number, just so you guys know. All right, let's jump into chat. I'm currently on the WoTcher series of books. Ooh, hey, what's up with it, Finish? How you doing? I think you're new to the chat. I hope you're having a fantastic day today. A wonderful Wheelie Wednesday, if you will. How you doing there? It's gasoline till the end. I hope you're excited. I am really excited because we've been moving along quite nicely. And I have a lot of things to talk about today. And some things that we also kind of touched on during our watch party that some of you, I think someone had mentioned it a couple times and I didn't understand it at the time, but now I do understand so much clearer. And it's something that I just wanted to bring up for sure. Yeah, I've never read those books either. But I know that like the game and the series are both like basically the only reason people care about those is because of the books. And I know that the Witcher series is not good at all for a lot of the people that read the books. And I think the game is good though. I think at least I think I'm not big on the Witcher like that. So I'm not, I don't understand, but I do know that people are not happy about Thor's brother that's supposed to be coming through and taking over that role. And I don't think we've seen anything from it yet either. Yes, so far, so detailed. After watching the Netflix series and playing the game, it's awesome. Oh, okay, so you watched the Netflix series and played the games first, and now you're coming back. No, that's actually pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie to you. That's actually really interesting. Oh no, you can't get. Why isn't it giving you your bucks, Mari Sue? What's up with that? Add bucks. They don't want you. They don't want to see you winning. Yo, Sharice. Hello there. How you doing, Sharice? Good to see you, girl. What's up, girl? How you doing? How you doing? Chapter 20 to 25 was really good in the Eye of the World, in my opinion. By the way, super detailed on character development. Excuse me, Lord. Yeah, I agree. I think they did a really good job of, developing these characters and kind of cementing who they've kind of been building up to who they would possibly be. But now that we're here, it's like, hey, I see the growth from these different characters. And again, now that we're more than halfway through the story, it's so amazing to kind of see how they all have grown, and, how their journeys have led them apart. But still, they're so close to each other at the same time. It's pretty dope. I'm off tomorrow, so I can actually catch this live for once over here on the East Coast. Yeah, Sharice, I feel you. I'm gonna try to go live earlier next week if possible. You know what I mean? It's just, we got all the little churn over here, all the little babies. So sometimes it's not possible to go live too early. But sometimes it is. It just kind of depends on the day. You know what I'm saying? It just kind of depends on the day. So cute. Congrats. Thank you. I appreciate you. Only 2 days away from my B-Day. Oh, snap. What? So your birthday is yesterday? Marisu, is that right? Was yesterday your birthday, Marisu? Or was your birthday on the 4th or the 5th? I can't math. When was your birthday? Happy birthday, Marisu, whenever your birthday was. Big happy birthday. Like, what? I had no idea. Why you ain't say nothing, girl? Honestly, 28 has that big sacrifice, which added so much tension, which makes it the best chapter to me. I agree. I can agree with that. I think when going into chapter 28, knowing what happened from the show and going into the chapter, I didn't know that was the moment that, quote unquote, we were waiting for, because the show does everything so differently that there's obviously there's no way that you can know, like going from a book reader to a show watcher or going from a show watcher to a book reader, you're going to be confused either way about kind of what's unfolding within the story, because it's not the same, even though it does touch a lot of the same points and principles, right? So I think that's something that I really appreciate so much about this show, and I think I've already said this in the earlier and probably like episode 2 of this series so far. I was like, I really appreciate how I'm able to partake in a completely different story, but still have a good understanding of who these characters are, and not hear the description of what the character sounds like in the book and have something that is completely different from what I saw in the show or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, some of those characters still work. It's just that now we get to know them so much better because the book dives in a lot deeper into who these characters actually are, what makes them tick, and what makes them, move forward. Awesome, awesome. I'm happy you got the books. I am also reading The Pariah, The Covenant of Steel. I only just started it, but the way Anthony Ryan writes is exactly the way I like to read. Let me open up the TBR. You feel me? Because I like to take down some books. I'm pretty sure The Witcher is already on my TBR, so now I just need to put down the Pariah. I like the word pariah. It's popped up quite often when I was even doing some of my own writing, because just for looking at stuff. I really just like that word. So that word is definitely gonna have me locked in to what's going on, if it has anything to do with the actual word. Like, there's a show on A&E, I believe it was an animated show, and it's called Pantheon, and that was awesome, but it also threw me off a little bit because it wasn't Pantheon in like the traditional sense. Like, I thought of Pantheon in the traditional way, and then I shouldn't have been, and that's kind of like adds to the story, obviously, but it just kind of threw me off a little bit. The Pariah. All right. My B-Day was the 5th. I feel like I've celebrated too many. Yo, hey, chat. Big, man, make sure y'all say happy birthday to Mari Sue. Happy 58th birthday to Mari Sue. Big shout outs to Mari Sue in the chat. Happy birthday, yo. That's lit. That's also crazy because like I said, my son's birthday is on the 7th, and then my daughter's birthday is on January 1st, so New Year's Day, and then my oldest son, his birthday is on January 15th, so there's 3 January babies in the house, and that's a lot, not gonna lie to y'all, but but hey, you feel me, we rocking. Yo, ACM, you gotta put a space in between your vote. You gotta put exclamation point space and then your vote. Just so you know. No. Hey, for real. Big happy name day. Big happy name day. Happy anniversary of life. Ooh. I like that, Charisse. I can't believe you're coherent with the newborn. Hey, man, yeah, like, baby boy is actually super chill. Like, all of our babies have been very chill babies. They don't be crazy or nothing. Like this baby that you see here is the baby that is upstairs sleeping right now, or he's eating. But he does like through the night. He's not like waking up crying or anything like that, unless he's super hungry, as babies do normally. But like me and my wife, we've done this before type of vibe, so so it's like I'm not trying to say like it's easy by any means or anything, but my wife, she breastfeeds and the whole vibe. So little baby boy, he be chilling. And she loves, and in that first week, she's giving him all the good lovins, and he's sleeping on her chest and stuff, so they can get that good connection. You know what I'm saying? And my mom is here. My mom comes and stays with us sometimes. She came to stay with us for a couple of days to help out with the kids as well. And you feel me? Yeah, man. It's we be all locked in and rocking. My wife is a trooper too. She did super good during delivery, and it was awesome. My mom was here with the children while we was at the hospital. Big shout outs to Mom Dukes, and yeah, it's. I am burning up in here, yo. But you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. I ain't gonna hold you. It's a lot going on in life, left and right, up and down. But there's always a lot of stuff going on in life, right? So you kind of just gotta know what it is. You know, like what it is, like what's going on, and then you just kind of adapt to the situation however you can, and that's kind of how life is. And I mean, just look at this face, right? Look at this little baby. Look at this little sleeping baby. This is straight out the vagina pictures, like, you know what I'm saying? This is just straight baby. I was 100% the baby that always woke up crying. Nah, that's crazy. Not causing havoc as much as you can. That's hilarious. But, yeah, y'all, I appreciate everyone coming through, showing love. For real. And you know what? Actually, since it is Marisu's birthday, who is, if you guys didn't know, the dopest mod around, yo. We're going to go ahead and drop. And now, okay, here we go. This is what I'm going to say. This is a lot. So since it's not only the dopest mod around's birthday, I also just had a baby, and it was just my daughter's birthday, and it's about to be my son's birthday, and all of you guys are awesome. So let's go ahead and drop 5 Brovengers memberships out there to everybody in the chat. Right now. I hope you guys have it available to y'all. Oh, damn, it just selected random people and not people in the chat. That's crazy. That's absolutely diabolical. You know what? I big apologize to everybody in the chat, because I definitely thought it was going to choose people in the chat and not just randomized people that are following the channel. That's kind of insane. But hey, those are 5 gifted dropped out there, yo. I think Wanderlost is actually someone that's been in the chat recently. You know what I mean? Yo, they really just dropped a random. What? That's just why. That's definitely interesting. That's crazy that did that. Like, I was like, oh yeah, we got people in the chat. Maybe it'll drop actual memberships on those people. Nah. It was like, nah, we're gonna give it to randoms. We're just gonna drop it to random people. All right, well that happened. That happened, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. That shit's crazy. All right. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Okay, so here are my overall thoughts and opinion, I guess you can say, about these 7 chapters that we read in this week's segment. I really enjoyed them. I know last week I triggered some people saying that our boy Tom was like a low-key NPC type character, because he just, in certain conversations, he just said things sporadically. But I really, in this week, and you know, I was just trolling as well, but this week I really appreciated his character so much more, and not just because, you know, he took himself out or anything like that, but I loved his character already. But seeing how much he actually cared about Rand and Matt being able to learn the ways of a Gleeman, I think that was just awesome. And I think he kind of knew that they would need those skills. And it was just awesome to then see them use those skills way better, you know, later on, to help them along their journey. I think that's something that he did purposefully, knowing that they would be on this type of journey and need that help from here and there. Because as you see, they treat Gleeman well. Like, as we see throughout these chapters, they treat Gleeman really well again and again. So I am super excited to see what's going to be going on with that in the future. And I also wanted to note that some of you guys had mentioned it when we were watching the show, that you were kind of bummed that we didn't get to see Matt and Rand be gleaming, and I didn't really understand what you were talking about when you said that in the chat when we were watching the show, but now I understand tremendously because they literally were going around, you feel me, singing, juggling to make way, and not just using their farming skills that they had from the two rivers, but also using the skills that Tom has taught them on the journey that they've been on for X amount of days that they've been together so far. And I think that it was just really dope to kind of see them venture out into another side of not just like life, but another side of everything for them. And I think it was actually super unexpected to kind of go through and see them actually playing the flute and knowing how to play it. And we get that callback to where she's the song that he played earlier, Tom had played earlier, I believe, when he had first got into the town of Two Rivers. We then see Matt, I believe, or Rand. I think it was Rand. We then see Rand play that same flute on the song, play that same song on the flute, excuse me. And I think that just was really, that was really cool to see. And then we also got to spend some time with Perrin and Egwene. And I love that we've been kind of isolated with them for a longer period of time. I know you guys keep telling me not to compare the books to the book to the show, and I don't really think that I do compare the book to the show too often. I mean, I do compare it, but not I don't judge it, right? Is that right? Like, I compare it to it sometimes, but that doesn't change the way that I view the overall book. That's not my overall. It doesn't change my experience from the show. It kind of enhances it, if anything, because I'm taking part in a completely different story than I was before, as I was kind of saying earlier. Oh, this is why I'm hot as hell. I got my jacket behind me. Okay, man, I was trying to figure out why your boy was sweating. But we've been able to kind of experience a completely different story, and that is just definitely shown within the relationship between Perrin and Egwene. We see Egwene start to venture out and do other things. It seems like she's really taking this adventure journey to heart and really living life to the fullest, for lack of better words. And it's definitely interesting to see her be so, I almost want to say, slightly carefree in a way. But she's not carefree. We're just seeing this different side of her because she is in this situation that she's never really been in before. And I appreciate that. We also got the introduction of the Tinkers, and I love to see them in this different light as well as the sun. And there was just so much more weight in these chapters than I was ready for, I think. And that's something that just I appreciated. Of course, our boy Elias, shout out to Elias. And I just love seeing him rocking and him being very quote unquote nonchalant about a lot of things. It just worked. All of those things worked really well for this segment. After last week's segment being, I don't want to say happy-go-lucky, but after last week's segment being very different, when it not I don't know what else to say other than that. It's it was different. It was very action packed. It wasn't it wasn't happy-go-lucky at all, but it wasn't as fast. It was slow but fast, and this one was fast but slow. I guess that's kind of the best way that I can say it, because we're kind of traveling from one place to another, but interchangeably through these journeys, we're going on different journeys with the other characters, and that way it kind of keeps us. It keeps us on our toes with everything, because one moment we're here, the next moment we're there, and then the next moment something completely different is happening, and we're dealing with so many different varieties of characters and opinions, and just a whole bunch of things are going on at one time. And I think it was really, really just, they went out of their way almost to kind of assure us where we were within the story. Like, hey, this is what's getting, like, the stakes are high, and I don't want you to forget that. These things that are going on, the things that we've kind of, I don't want to say established, but the places that we have gone within this story so far, it's not just a one and done. Like, it's still there. It's still in the background. It's still something that we have to pay attention to, and it's still something that we have to be very wary of, because it's not just like and they saw the white cloaks and then they were never heard from again. Like, no, 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 no. Not only do they see the white cloaks, there's different troops of white cloaks that are messing with everyone. Certain white cloaks remember people. Like, I love these little aspects that they're adding in to make us understand that this universe, this world is living, breathing, and there are people moving throughout the nation or throughout the lands, and everyone has their own opinions, and we even get to see this other POV of another white cloak, and this new white cloak is, I believe it's the one, we see that scene that we just saw in season 2. That whole kind of thing takes place in a different way, and yet again, I really liked it. It's like, I really loved these segments. I think I saw someone in chat say this part is very serious, and I think that's the best way to put it. There is there's nothing else to say about it. We are handling business for everyone. And yet again, like I was saying, Egwene, she definitely is chilling. She's definitely chilling the most out of everybody. And that's something that I didn't expect. Even just from what we know about her from the books, I didn't expect for her to be so quote unquote chill and like, yo, let's go dance and who cares? Like, but I think it just shows how differently each one of our titular characters are responding to the events that are occurring to them, right? Because it's not events that are kind of just happening. They're happening to each one of them. So they are manifesting themselves in different ways because of that. And I think that's just something that Robert Jordan does a really good job of doing, is giving us these different point of views. I believe at one point we even get like a horse side-eyeing or rolling its eyes at somebody, like with hella attitude, and that was just unexpected as well. But that's something that I also want to talk about as we get into the chapter by chapter dedicated review and discussion. But as I was saying, I really do appreciate everything that we got to see in these chapters. And we kind of get to see everyone having these different feelings, these different experiences, whether it's Nynaeve and Moiraine and Lan or whoever. We just get to see all of our groups come together in their own way and make a really good decision on how to move forward for themselves. And it's really dope to see them all kind of move together and kind of watch them slowly follow that path on to where we are, like to where they're gonna join back together. If someone can, I remember someone linking a interactive map where you can follow along the story as you read, and you can like put in what book and what chapter you're at, so you don't get any spoilers about stuff. If someone can link that again, because I really want to utilize that now. I think I'm at the point where, like, I have not been like taking physical notes. I've been taking just a lot of mental notes, but I'm almost at that point where I want to start like taking notes, highlighting certain things, actually underlining some stuff in my book. Like, that's really how I'm feeling now. I think I'll try to go through this on the first read just completely dry, but I think the next time I give this a go through, I'm gonna actually start marking it up, because it's just, yeah, I'm here for it. I'm here for it, for real. So I believe that is kind of all of my, is that it? I think it is. Yeah, I believe those are all of my like that's my overview my overview review. My overall review, I guess, of the 7 chapters that we partook in this segment. Now we're going to bust the book out, and actually get into these chapters, read a couple passages, talk a little bit more about the specific things that are occurring. And then as you guys, I think you guys have probably already noticed it, but as we're going through these chapters, whenever I'm not directly talking to you guys in chat, your chats I'll try to have it to where your chats pop up down below right here, just as as you're able, just so you guys are able to kind of discourse among yourselves. And then also on the watch back, I want people that are watching to kind of be able to see what you guys are saying in chat as well, and then being able to jump in the chat after this video and be able to kind of feel like they're partaking with chat also. So whenever I'm just kind of speaking, or whenever I'm doing a lot of reviewing or just talking or whatever and not talking to you guys specifically, you'll see the chats pop up at the bottom, and then after, as I do, I'll still go through and talk to you guys as it's kind of happening as well. So I just kind of wanted to make that note. And if you guys don't like it down there, then I'll just stop doing it. I'm just trying some stuff out. All right. Excuse the hell out of me. I hope we are all ready, because we are about to get into chapter 25. Chapter 25, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do, I don't know if y'all know this, but I have a separate YouTube channel where I have been working on my book and stuff like that. And if you guys are book nerds and want to get into some of the early world building, lore, and storytelling that I'm going to be working on for my book, you can definitely do that when you go over there to that YouTube channel and check it out.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
Yes, sir. That is my world. That is my story. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora. So go ahead and go over there and drop a sub on the channel. And this channel is dedicated to the lore, world building, and overall creative process for Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora. A sprawling sci-fi fantasy epic based in the segregated lands of Ghaphora, where universal properties are wielded like magic. This story follows these wielders of cosmic power on their epic journey to find out the truth behind the truth as they fight for their lives and the lives of Gifts and all Ghaphorian kind. So I really hope you guys jump in on there. Go ahead and tap in. It's still very early. I have only put out one video on that channel, but there will be more videos coming soon. We are doing dedicated live streams on here every once in a while about it as well. So I hope you guys go ahead and tune in over yonder. All right. All right. Now, let's get into the first chapter of this segment, and that is chapter 25, The Traveling People. And giving a good look at that logo there. It is a rose or a leaf type thing of some kind with what looks like the vine and or stem of it leading out stretching out in separate directions, and that's pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie to you, that looks really awesome. Uh, we start off with Perrin and Egwene, and I love how they kind of deal with each other, and I love all of their journey, Perrin and Egwene's journey through this segment. From where we start here to where we finish later on, it's all very beautifully constructed in my opinion. And I as you guys know, Perrin is one of my favorite, characters from the show. So now that we are in these books, he has also become another favorite character for me in this book. And I am very, very surprised about how much I am here rocking with my guy Perrin. Just because, like, it's so different. We have Elias from the start. Perrin still hasn't even met. Oh my gosh, I can't think of our Ogier friend's name. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad that I can't think of his name. Wow, I can't think of the Ogier's name. But he hasn't even met him yet. A lot of these things haven't even happened. It's the entire story is out of order from the show. So there's no way that I can compare the two. I'm just kind of stating it because it's thrown me off how much Elias is there, because I'm like, yo, this is awesome how much Elias we're getting, because I loved Elias and I feel like we didn't get any of them, and now I have so much more of them and so much more of Tom as well, who we didn't get enough of in the show. And it's just like, damn, like this is actually awesome that we're getting to spend so much time with everyone. And I love being able to spend more and more time with Elias, because he's giving us so much background as to what's going on with them, and kind of letting us know how they're rocking. And that was another thing that kind of took me by surprise, is just how fast we kind of figured out that Perrin can talk to the wolves and he has some type of connection to them, and how we just kind of breezed through it, even though we didn't. It's like, it feels like we breezed through it, but we're in chapter 25, and it doesn't feel like that we're that like deep into this book, but we are more than halfway there, and it has felt so natural, and it has progressed so genuinely that you're just kind of like, oh wow, we're on chapter 25 and the story is still going, and now our characters are actually growing and learning more about themselves, and Perrin continues to learn more about himself, and not just himself, but he continues to learn more about Egwene. He continues to learn more about Egwene, and that's something that I think is probably one of the most standout things for these chapters, is we are seeing Perrin kind of try to force his view of what he thinks Egwene should be doing and who Egwene is on her, but at the same time, he's also not doing that on purpose because he doesn't understand what's going on. Like, neither of them have been in this scenario before, so on one hand, he is extremely jealous, but on the other hand, he's kind of being that kind of big brother, he's trying to give him that big brother role to her from her point of view, but then it's like, wait, why are you being jealous, you weirdo? You know what I mean? It's kind of, I like that we're able to see both of their opinions of the situation. Quite frankly, it's not something that we have to. I don't think we have to not joke about, but we don't have to come to assumptions about what's happening. It's it's quite obvious. But it's just, I really loved in this chapter that we got to see how much of a connection that Perrin begins to have with all of the wolves, not just one of them, but he kind of becomes connected to each one of them one by one. Oh, and then we also get this introduction of the Mastiffs, I believe is what they're called. And the Mastiffs are kind of the dogs of the traveling people, i.e. the Tinkerers, the Tuatha, right? Um, and I love the Tinker's introduction. The Tinker's introduction was something that was very subtly done, and it gave a nice slow burn to who these characters are. Uh oh, and then we also get, we get we get Elias's opinion on the Tinkers quite quickly. Tinkers, Perrin exclaimed. I've always wanted to see the Tinkers. They camp across the river from Terran Ferry sometimes, but they do not come down into the two rivers as far as I know. I do not know why not. I don't know why not. Egwene sniffed, probably because the Terran Ferry folk are as great thieves as the Tinkers. They no doubt. Here we go. They no doubt end up stealing each other blind. Master Elias, if there are really Tinkers close by, shouldn't we go? We don't want Bella stolen. And, well, we do not have much else, but everybody knows Tinkers will steal anything, including infants, Elias asked dryly. Kidnap children and all that? He spat, and she blushed. Those stories about babies were told sometimes, but most often by Ken Bui or one of the Coplans or Congers. The other tales everybody knew. The Tinkers make me sick sometimes, but they don't steal any more than most folk. A good bit less than some I know. Like, all off rip, we're getting such a different, viewpoint of them. I don't like. I don't recall the Tinkers being, shunned in this type of light before. And in this, it's just so cool to see that no one trusts them, and we're kind of giving that. We're giving that point of view of them being kind of like these traveling people that everybody is like, bruh, what? You gotta watch them gypsies, bro, quote unquote. Yet there was a reluctant. Wait. My bad. I don't mean to just start reading again. Okay, I think I missed it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The mastiff hackles stood stiff, and their ears were laid back, and their growls sounded like earthquakes. Abruptly, Elias raised one finger shoulder high and whistled, a long, shrill whistle that rose higher and higher and did not end. The growls cut off raggedly. The dogs stepped back, whining and turning their heads as if they wanted to go, but were held. Their eyes remained locked to Elias's finger. Slowly, Elias lowered his hand, and the pitch of his whistle lowered with it. The dogs followed until they lay flat on the ground, tongues lolling in from their mouths. Their tails wagged. 3 tails wagged. See, Elias said, walking to the dogs. There's no need for weapons. The mastiffs licked his hands, and he scratched their broad heads and fondled their ears. Fondled is a crazy terminology to use right there. They look meaner than they are. They meant no frighten us off. They meant to frighten us off, and they wouldn't have bitten unless we tried to go into the trees. Anyway, there's no worry of that now. We can make the next thicket before full dark. I love the fact that Bruv has like this connection to other dogs, I guess, or not even a connection, but he's a dog whisperer at the very least, and that's awesome. That's awesome, especially because it's not the traditional trope of werewolf. It's something completely different, and being able to see that uh being able to see that type of vibe happen, or being able to see that take place, is kind of insane. Because what does that mean? That's immediately what I was thinking. It's like, okay, do they have a connection with all dogs? Is it just wolves, or the closer breed, the closer a breed is to being a wolf, do they have a closer connection to it? Like, all those questions started to raise in my head. Let's see. I love how everything just stopped when they walked in, and then they looked at them, and then they're like, all right, bet, we can, let's get back to it. Like, you know what I mean? That was cool. Um, but yeah, that was I like that. I really like that. I just appreciate the lengths that we kind of go to establish who our characters, what our characters are capable of, and mainly Elias, like what Elias is able to do, and how he's been around. Like, he knows what's going on. He's not new to this. He's true to this. And then here we also get to know about the way of the leaf, right? Because Perrin's like, yo, those dogs are yours. They look big as bears. I'm surprised you let children play with them. And then it says Aram's smile slipped, but when he looked at Perrin, it came back again, even more sure than before. They will not harm you. They make a show to frighten away danger and warn us, but they are trained according to the way of the leaf. And this is the first time that we hear about the way of the leaf. The way of the leaf, Egwene says. What is that? Aram gestured to the trees, his eyes fastened intently on hers. The leaf live the leaf lives its appointed time and does not struggle against the wind that carries it away. The leaf does no harm and finally falls to nourish new leaves. So it should be with all men and women. Egwene stared back at him, a faint blush rising in her cheeks. But what does that mean? Perrin said. Aram gave him an irritated glance, but it was Rain who answered. It means that no man should harm another for any reason whatsoever. The Seeker's eyes flickered to Elias. There is no excuse for violence. None. Not ever. Like, why she do our guy like that? What if somebody attacks you? What if somebody hits you? Or tries to rob you? Or kill you? If a man hit me, I would ask him why he wanted to do such a thing. If he still wanted to hit me, I would run away, as I would if he wanted to rob or kill me. Much better that I let him take what he wanted, even my life, than I should do violence. And I would hope that he was not harmed too greatly. But you said you wouldn't hurt him. I would not, but violence harms the ones who does it as much as the one who receives it. Perrin looked doubtful. You would cut down a tree. With your axe, Rain said. The axe does violence to the tree and escapes unharmed. Is that how you see it? Wood is soft compared to steel, but the sharp steel is dulled as it chops, and the sap of the tree will rust and pit it. The mighty axe does violence to the helpless tree, and is harmed by it. No, it is with men through the harm is in the spirit. I freaking love it. Enough! Elias growled, cutting Perrin off. Rain, it's bad enough you trying to convert village younglings to that nonsense. It gets you in trouble almost everywhere you go, doesn't it? But I didn't bring this lot here for you to work on them, leave over. And leave them to you? Isla said, grinding herbs between her palms and letting them trickle into one of the kettles. Her voice was calm, but her hands rubbed the herbs furiously. Will you teach them your way? To kill or die? Will you lead them to the fate you seek for yourself, dying alone with only the ravens and your friends to squabble over your body? Be at peace, Isla, Rain said gently. Bro, I love how they be funking and set tripping with each other. Like, he's like, yo, what did you say? And she's like, what did you say? And they're like, what did you say? Everybody just starts going off on each other. Like, bro, let's not forget. Excuse me. Bro's like, Elias was not playing. My man said, that's why bigger towns won't let you camp nearby. Villages put up with you for mending things, but the cities don't need it, and they don't like you talking their young folks into running off. Like, okay, so now we're getting a bigger understanding of what's going on here. You know, now we're figuring out why people aren't liking these people. You know, they're come through as these quote unquote free thinkers that, that kind of push that on other people. And it seems that they're literally kind of preaching it and hoping to have more people join them in their ways of being a tinker. Or in the way of the leaf, excuse me. Yeah, I really like what we got to see from Isla here. Oh! Okay, here we go. This is where I had a ton of questions, okay? So they're talking about the waste. Okay, the Aiel waste. Is the Aiel waste the same thing as the ways from the show where they're like teleporting through stuff? Is that the same thing? Or am I just blending two things together? Because, like, did they turn the waste into the ways? Or what's going on here? Because for all of my, like, my brain was like, wait a damn minute, what's happening right now? And I got very confused quite quickly. So I need someone in chat to clear that up for me. No, completely different. Oh, okay, Marisu. Thank you so much, because your boy was reading it, and I was like, what? Who's traveling the waste? The Gleeman? What? What's happening here? I was like, yo, wait, huh? Everyone's traveling it? But Trollocs, no? What? Somebody help me. But yeah, like I said, this part did confuse me a little bit. So let's tap in and see what's going down here. Let's see what's going down here. We're in the this is the traveling people. Okay.
Bella walked along placidly finally fall to his side. Egwene managed to get Bella under control. Foolishness. Most times the traveling people do things any which way. Whites and blues and yellows and green. Abruptly, the music stopped. Most of us took the name Rayan. Elias gave her a look as if he were about to begin dancing with his next song. Whenever he came up from Devon Rye, all men, even my life. But village younglings to that nonsense. It gets you in trouble. Rayan turned back to Elias. My old friend, how many times must I tell you that we do not try to convert anyone?
Okay.
He has been welcome to our fire, my wife.
Here we go.
Isla subsided, but Perrin noticed that she made no apology. Instead, she looked at Elias and shook her head sadly, then dusted her hands and began taking spoons and pottery bowls from the red chest on the side of the wagon. Rayan turned back to Elias. My old friend, how many times must I tell you that we do not try to convert anyone? When village people are curious about our ways, we answer their questions. It is most often the young who ask, true, and sometimes one of them will come with us when we journey on, but it is of their own free will. You try telling that to some farm wife who's just found out her son or daughter's run off with you tinkers, Elias said wryly. That's why the bigger towns won't even let you camp nearby. Villages put up with you for your mending things, but the cities don't need it. And they don't like you talking their young folks into running
A little
off.
bit farther than I meant, but it's okay.
I would not know what the cities allow. Rayan's patience seemed inexhaustible. He certainly did not appear to be getting angry at all. There are always violent men in cities. In any case, I do not think the song could be found in a city. I don't mean to offend you, Seeker, Perrin said slowly, but, well, I don't look for violence. I don't think I've even wrestled anybody in years, except for feast day games. But if somebody hit me, I'd hit him back. If I didn't, I would just be encouraging him to think he could hit me whenever he wanted to. Some people think they can take advantage of others, and if you don't let them know they can't, they'll just go around bullying anybody weaker than they are. Some people, Aram said with a heavy sadness.
Okay, we gotta go for it a little bit.
With mother. He flashed a triumphant smile at Perrin. Egwene was laughing as they ran.
Oh, here we go.
There is dancing. I was Perrin spoke of. I'll bet you get to run away a lot, Perrin said. And so
Okay,
I do not think the song could be found in a city. I don't mean to offend you, Seeker, Perrin said slowly.
Here
but,
we go.
Well, I don't look for violence. I don't think I've even wrestled anybody in years, except for...
Damn.
He said it with a look at Perrin that made it clear he was not talking about the bullies Perrin spoke of. I'll bet you get to run away a lot, Perrin said, and the young tinker's face tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the way of the leaf. I think it is interesting, Egwene said, glaring at Perrin, to meet someone who doesn't believe his muscles can solve every problem. Aram's good spirits returned, and he stood, offering her his hands with a smile. Let me show you our camp. There is dancing. I would like that, she smiled back. Isla straightened from taking loaves of bread from the small iron oven. But supper is ready, Aram. I'll eat with mother, Aram said over his shoulder as he drew Egwene away from the wagon by her hand. We will both eat with mother. He flashed a triumphant smile at Perrin. Egwene was laughing as they ran. Perrin got to his feet, then stopped. It was not as if she could come to any harm. Not if the camp followed this way of the leaf, as Rayan said. Looking at Rayan and Isla, both staring dejectedly after their grandson, he said, I'm sorry. I am a guest, and I shouldn't have... Don't be foolish, Isla said soothingly. It was his fault, not yours. Sit down and eat.
Aram is a dickhead.
Aram is a troubled young man, Rayan added sadly. He is a good boy, but sometimes I think he finds the way of the leaf a hard way. Some do, I fear. Please, my fire is yours. Please. Perrin sat back down slowly, still feeling awkward. What happens to somebody who can't follow the way? He asked. A tinker, I mean. Rayan and Isla exchanged a worried look, and Rayan said, They leave us. The lost go to live in the villages. Isla stared in the direction her grandson had gone. The lost cannot be happy. She sighed, but her face was placid again when she handed out the bowls and spoons. Perrin stared at the ground, wishing he had not asked, and there was no more talk while Isla filled their bowls with a thick vegetable stew and handed out thick slices of her crusty bread, nor while they ate. The stew was delicious, and Perrin finished 3 bowls before he stopped. Elias, he noted with a grin, emptied 4. After the meal, Rayan filled his pipe, and Elias produced his own and stuffed it from Rayan's oilskin pouch. When the lighting and tamping and relighting were done, they settled back in silence. Isla took out a bundle of knitting. The sun was only a blaze of red above the treetops to the west. The camp had settled in for the night, but the bustle did not slow, only changed. The musicians who had been playing when they entered the camp had been replaced by others, and even more people than before danced in the light of the fires, their shadows leaping against the wagons. Somewhere in the camp, a chorus of male voices rose. Perrin slid down in front of the log, and soon felt himself dozing. After a time, Rayan said, Have you visited any of the Tuatha, Elias, since you were with us last spring? Perrin's eyes drifted open and half shut again. No, Elias replied around his pipe stem. I don't like being around too many people at once. Rayan chuckled. Especially people who live in a way so opposite to your own, eh? No, my old friend, don't worry. I gave up years ago hoping you would come to the way. But I have heard a story since last we met, and if you have not heard it yet, it might interest you. It interests me, and I have heard it again and again, every time we meet others of the people. I'll listen. It begins in the spring 2 years ago, with a band of the people who were crossing the waste by the northern route. Perrin's eyes shot open. The waste? The Aiel waste? They were crossing the Aiel waste? Some people can enter the waste without being bothered, Elias said. Gleemen, peddlers if they're honest. The Tuatha cross the waste all the time. Merchants from Cairhien used to, before the tree, and the Aiel war. The Aielmen avoid us, Rayan said sadly, though many of us have tried to speak with them. They watch us from a distance, but they will not come near us, nor let us come near them. Sometimes I worry that they might know the song, though I suppose it isn't likely. Among Aiel, men do not sing, you know? Isn't that strange?
This is beautiful, bro.
From the time an Aiel boy becomes a man, he will not sing anything but battle chants, or their dirge for the slain. I have heard them singing over their dead, and over those they have killed. That song is one to make the stones weep. Isla, listening, nodded agreement over her knitting. Perrin did some quick rethinking. He had thought the Tinkers must be afraid all the time with all this talk of running away. But no one who was afraid would even think of crossing the Aiel waste. From what he had heard, no one who was sane would try crossing the waste. If this is some story about a song, Elias began, but Rayan shook his head. No, my old friend. Not a song. I'm not sure I know what it is about. He turned his attention to Perrin. Young Aiel often travel into the Blight. Some of the young men go alone, thinking for some reason that they have been called to kill the Dark One. Most go in small groups to hunt Trollocs. Rayan shook his head sadly, and when he went on, his voice was heavy. 2 years ago, a band of the people crossing the waste about 100 miles south of the Blight found one of these groups. Young women, Isla put in, as sorrowful as her husband. Little more than girls. Perrin made a surprised sound, and Elias grinned at him wryly. Aiel girls don't have to tend house and cook if they don't want to, boy. The ones who want to be warriors, instead, join one of the warrior societies. Far Darius Mai, the Maidens of the Spear, and fight right alongside the men. Perrin shook his head. Elias chuckled at his expression. Rayan took up the story again. Distaste and perplexity mingled in his voice. The young women were all dead, except one, and she was dying. She crawled to the wagons. It was clear she knew they were Tuathan. Her loathing outweighed her pain, but she had a message so important to her that she must pass it on to someone, even us, before she died. Men went to see if they could help any of the others. There was a trail of her blood to follow. But all were dead, and so were 3 times their number in Trollocs. Elias sat up, his pipe almost falling from between his teeth. 100 miles into the waste? Impossible. Jevik Kashar, that's what Trollocs call the waste. The dying ground. They wouldn't go 100 miles into the waste if all the Murdral in the Blight were driving them. You know an awful lot about Trollocs, Elias, Perrin said. Go on with your story, Elias told Rayan gruffly. From trophies the Aiel carried, it was obvious they were coming back from the Blight. The Trollocs had followed, but by the tracks only a few lived to return after killing the Aiel. As for the girl, she would not let anyone touch her, even to tend her wounds. But she seized the seeker of that band by his coat, and this is what she said, word for word. Leaf Blighter means to blind the eye of the world, Lost One. He means to slay the great serpent. Warn the people, Lost One. Sightburner comes. Tell them to stand ready for he who comes with the dawn. Tell them. And then she died.
Come on, son.
Leaf Blighter and Sightburner, Rayan added to Perrin, are Aiel names for the Dark One. But I don't understand another word of it. Yet she thought it important enough to approach those she obviously despised, to pass it on with her last breath. But to who? We are ourselves, the people. But I hardly think she meant it for us. The Aiel? They would not let us tell them if we tried. He sighed heavily. She called us the Lost. I never knew before how much they loathe us. Isla set her knitting in her lap and touched his head gently. There's something they learned in the Blight, Elias mused, but none of it makes sense. Slay the great serpent, kill time itself, and blind the eye of the world. As well say he's gonna starve a rock. Maybe she was babbling, Rayan. Wounded, dying. She could have lost her grip on what was real. Maybe she didn't even know who those Tuathan were. She knew what she was saying, and to whom she was saying it. Something more important to her than her own life. and we cannot even understand it. When I saw you walking into our camp, I thought perhaps we would find the answer at last, since you were... Elias made a quick motion with his hand, and Rayan changed what he had been going to say. Our friend. And know many strange things. Not about this, Elias said in a tone that put an end to talk. The silence around the campfire was broken only by the music and laughter drifting from other parts of the night-shrouded camp. Lying with his shoulders propped on one of the logs around the fire, Perrin tried puzzling out the Aiel woman's message, but it made no more sense to him than it had to Rayan or Elias. The eye of the world. That had been in his dreams more than once. But he did not want to think about those dreams. Elias, now. There was a question there he would like answered. What had Rayan been about to say about the bearded man, and why had Elias cut him off? He had no luck with that either. He was trying to imagine what Aiel girls were like, going into the Blight where only warders went that he had ever heard, fighting Trollocs, when he heard Egwene coming back, singing to herself.
Bruh. Holy crap. Like, that story of the Aiels is magnificent. It's truly magnificent, and it just gives... I think Marisu said, stories are important. Yeah, Marisu said it. Stories are important. And holy... Like, stories are so important for so many reasons, obviously. We see here that these stories are not, like, just myths. They're not, like, legends. These are things that that have actually taken part. These are actually accounts from people in this universe, which is how, for all intents and purposes, it should be for every, like, when it comes to stories like this. Like, I really loved this story. This is another one of those stories that did confuse me a little bit, just because I don't think I was, I just don't think I was, like, paying attention fully, and it was just like, what's happening? And I think, like I said, I definitely got confused with the waste and the ways and the this and the that, and then, like, I was like, what's going on? And then I think my brain just crossed too many wires, and I was like, well, shit. But again, it's just when we're seeing this, you know, we go from talking about the way of the leaf and how they're basically just, you know, they don't want any problems, they don't want any issues, they don't want to fight or nothing like that. We go from hearing them speak about that to one of the most violent and, like, accounts that I think we've almost heard so far. And that is just so powerful for them to be able to... It's kind of a story that they understand and utilize in order to say why violence doesn't kind of work, almost, you know, but not I mean, I know that's not the gist of the story, but it seems like that's why they put it in there, is to, or that's why they say the story, or that's why they speak of it, is because it's like, you know, there's no way we just go from one thing to the other. But yeah, man. And I really love how they talk to Elias and how they know Elias, and it seems how they're also keeping some of Elias's secrets, which is very interesting, because while it seems like they don't trust Elias, and it seems like Elias does not trust them either, they do trust them as far as they know that they can, which is how a lot of people deal with human beings, period, is, hey, as long as I know how to deal with you, I will deal with you accordingly now. And that works for them, obviously. It's like, you know, they don't steal more than anyone else that I know. And then they obviously know about his wolf friends, but they don't speak of it. And they also know a little bit more. I don't know if they were hinting to the wolf friend thing, but it's obvious that there was more, you know, it was more that they were letting off. And I like that they just kind of let that trail off and didn't give us a direct answer to what's going on. And then again, we see Egwene kind of just tilly-tallying, pussyfooting around and just kind of having a gleeful time while we're hearing one of the most dark stories that we've heard so far. And she's just out there dancing and having a good old time. Again, being the only person in this period that I believe is having a good time. And it's kind of insane. But yeah, the IO waste seems crazy, and I cannot, it's definitely insane. So let's jump into chat. Let's see how everyone else felt about chapter 25, The Traveling People. Oops. Damn. It's a leaf of a specific tree. Oh. It's a leaf of a specific tree. Okay. Yeah, I think I said flower at the start, and it's obviously not a flower. That's my bad. The trefoil leaf. I'm glad you're paying attention. Hey, since we learned about the way of the leaf, yeah. Loyal, that's our Ogier's name. Yeah, I'm. That's something that I think is kind of dope. Is not seeing Loyal yet. It's like it's gonna make it so much more amazing when we do get him. An unreasonable amount was held back in the show just to preserve the dragon mystery. My opinion now is that it wasn't worth it. No, I think it is. I think it was worth it. I think I like that. I actually really liked that point, and I think even going through going back and possibly watching it again, like at least watching how me and Battery were perceiving it that first time, we were like, yo, who is the dragon? Like, it was a really big mystery to us being watchers and not knowing who the dragon is and like trying to figure that out. And again, you guys have said it, like a lot. And that is the fact that they were adapting the entirety of the book series for the show and not just one book at a time. And I think that shows, because I remember last week someone bringing up the fact that once we get deeper into the book series, that it starts to give us the point of views of other characters a little bit more, and how book one gives us Rand's point of view a lot more than it does everyone else's. And I think that's something that the showrunners noticed and knew as well. And I think that they tried to do that within the first season, is kind of give us the vibes of getting all these different point of views, because that is definitely a big seller for this book for me, is being able to see everyone's point of views and seeing how they feel in these different situations and stuff. I love that. And it's also something that I'm trying to put forth in my own writing, and it's something that just really takes my attention. It holds my attention very much, because obviously it's kind of obvious that Rand is the dragon even in this. Like, even if I didn't watch the show and know that Rand was the dragon, I would know that Rand is the dragon from reading this. They've put it out there very obviously with all the things that's going on, and it's only later in the story do they start bringing in other characters to make it be like, oh, maybe, like just that period. So yeah, I kind of think I think it was worth it. I think so. Egwene is a sponge. She wants to learn everything and gets mad when she can't. Yeah, she's big tripping. She was big tripping. She was just chilling. Mastiffs are a breed in our time too. Big, huge, slobbery, sweet boys. Yeah. I think me and Remy have seen a bull mastiff in person one time, like walking down the street or something. We were like, damn, that's a big dog. Apparently, Tinker is considered an offensive slur for gypsies today. It wasn't much when RJ wrote this story. What? So Tinker actually turned into an actual term now? What? That's crazy. I don't want to do too much compare contrast with the show, but one thing the show did better was explain the way of the leaf. Lila stole that scene. Yeah, I do agree with that, because I like the way that the way of the leaf was explained here, but you are 100% correct in that it was explained tremendously in the show. Completely different. Yeah, that's my bad. The IO waste, I don't know why, I don't know why my brain was tripping with that. I don't know what was going on. Maybe it's a new thing that wasn't introduced in the show, maybe? I don't know. No, in the show, Avienda calls it says Aiel call it the threefold land, not the waste. Oh, okay, yes, I remember that. I remember that part. I remember that. Okay, I got you. Others call it the waste. The Aiel waste is simply the lane to the east. The ways is alternate dimension through space and time. I got you. I'm all the way here now. I'm all the way here. The Aiel Waste is the large expanse of arid high desert located east of the mountains, labeled the spine of the world. Aiel Waste is the large expanse of arid high desert located east of the mountain. Oh, shit. I see it. East of the mountains. Yeah. I should have, if I would have just read your entire comment, I would have been able to find that a lot easier. And I believe that we see this somewhere in the show, right? Like, we see that map. Or maybe I'm thinking of our boy at Unraveling the Pattern. I'm pretty sure he had a map about it that showed that other side. No, this is just Eamon's Field. Okay, I got you, though. I'm here. Okay, well, that's lit. All right. See? The more we know. I'll bet you get to run away a lot. Sick burn Perrin. Yeah, I don't know what Perrin thought he was doing with that one, but he was not cooking. Like, he was 100% not cooking with that one. I don't know what Loyal thought he was doing, but he was not cooking with Crisco. Our boy Perrin was set tripping with that one. Yeah, I bet you run away a lot. And then bro was actually like, you, like, what? It's so dry there, it affects their sense of humor. It's crazy. Aram is such a sweetheart. Aram is a loser-faced tomato nose. Stories are super important, Marisu. I agree, very much so. Also, hello! Saw the live and figured I'd pop in to listen and say hi. What's up with it, Logic Soul? How you doing, man? I hope you're having a good one. We appreciate you for tuning in with us. For real. We're going over chapters 25 to 31. Right now, we're going over chapter 25. Big title drop. I love it. She said the thing. They said the thing. The whole story about the Aiel encounter is heavy AF. Yeah, bro, it is definitely heavy as fuck. I was just not ready for what was going to be going on there. Like, whoa. Like, triple the amount of them that was dead was left in the freaking dust. My boy Elias was, that man said, like, he almost spit out the thing. Like, bro was tripping. Like, he was like, what? They don't even like to be in that area. You know, the Trollocs don't even want to be over there. Don't even want to be around that. Crazy. Jordan's ability to just take a hold of the narrative with a side story is a thing of wonder. Yes, this is so true. It makes us just want to dive so much deeper into the narrative of what's going on. It's just it's fantastic. It's truly fantastic. Kill time itself. Now there's stakes. One of my favorite RJ stories is Tale of a Doll, but we're books away from that. Oh. Rand's favorite book is a contemporary creation written within the last few decades in the books. Rand's favorite book is a contemporary creation written within the last few decades in the books. Oh, so his favorite book is a book that's actually been written? Is that what you're saying right there? Jordan's world just breathes. It definitely breathes. It definitely breathes. If you don't like direct answers, you're in for a treat. Though, legit, one of my favorite things about the books is how information is presented. Yeah, information is given to us in such a natural way in the world. It's not given to us in the form of. I mean, yes, there's obvious info dump here and there, but it's just natural. It's just natural throughout the story, yo. Like it's just very natural, and I love it. I love it. Unraveling Death has had some maps, but the show hasn't shown outside of the website. Or if you pause and check extras, yeah, that's true. That's very true. All right, y'all. We're about to get into chapter 26 now. This was one of the longest chapters that we had so far in this set that we are going to have in this segment. So we're definitely going to go through it, talk about it, see how we're feeling, and all that good stuff. But before we do, y'all already know what we got to do, and you already know what you got to do, and that's go over to the channel and drop some LOVE. You feel me? Oh, whoops, my bad.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Gafora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Gafora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Gafora.
All right. Now, it's time to get into
Chapter 26. Whitebridge.
Whitebridge was actually an amazing chapter yet again. This chapter, I mean, all of these chapters are truly fantastic. There's there's nothing else to say about that, and I am I am super excited to get into this. Like I am super excited to get into this chapter, especially because again, it is the longest one yet. It is the longest chapter that we have had as of yet. So, well, not as of yet, but in this section is really what I meant to say. Okay. Let's get it. In this chapter, we finally see our guy, Tom. We see all of them on the boat, kind of, doing their dues. Everyone's thinking that everybody is dead. That's something that was very tragic. I'm not gonna lie. Everybody thought everyone was dead. That was very sad. It was like, oh damn. What if they're dead? Like, hold me. They might be dead. Like, damn. I was like, oh gee. That's crazy sad. But it just gives us a better understanding of how high the stakes really are in this era that we're in. And then we get to see the white bridge and how it arcs over the wide waters twice as high as the spray's mast and more. And from end to end it gleamed milky white in the sunlight, gathering the light until it seemed to glow. Spidery piers of the same stuff plunged into the strong currents, appearing too frail to support the weight and width of the bridge. It looked all of one piece, as if it had been carved from a single stone or molded by a giant's hand. Broad and tall, leaping the river with an airy grace that almost made the eye forget its size. And in all it dwarfed the town that sprawled about its foot. On the east bank, through White Bridge, was the largest by far than through White Bridge was larger by far than Eamon's Field. Did I drop? Oh. Oh well. Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah. My bad. Was larger by far than Eamon's Field, with houses of stone and brick as tall as those in Terran Ferry, and wooden docks like thin fingers sticking out into the river. Small boats dotted the Arnell thickly, fishermen hauling their nets, and over it all the white bridge towered and shone. It looks like glass, Rand said to no one in particular. Captain Domon paused behind him and tucked his thumbs behind his broad beard. Nay, lad, whatever it be, it no be glass. Never so hard the rains come, it no be slippery, and the best chisel and the strongest arm no make a mark on it. A remnant of the age of legends, Tom said. I've always thought it must be. The captain gave a doubt grunt. Mayhap, but still useful despite. Could be someone else built it. Does no have to be Aes Sedai work. Fortune pick me. It no has to be so old as all that. Put your back into it, you bloody fool. He hurried off down the deck. Like, bro, again, we were just kind of talking about how subtly we are giving these world building notions of, oh, this mountain or this, these beautiful figures that are erect here in front of us. It's like, it's obvious that they were created so long ago that people don't even remember how they were created. And that's just beautiful. And it's always awesome to hear Tom talk about stuff, because being a Gleeman is almost like, the stuff that you talk about as a Gleeman is usually true. It's like, that's usually, like, I don't want to just say like it's usually fact, but that's usually something that people won't take lightly. Some people will be like, oh, it's just a story, but most people will be like, oh, snap, the Gleeman comes with news and stories, and those stories are of past news. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it goes. And I think that's what also makes this story so beautiful, is because even when learning about history, it's still presented as news. And I think it just kind of tackles two different areas of the brain, and it kind of scratches multiple itches at once very thoroughly. And my boy Tom was like, yo, we here. Now you know what we can do? We can get some money, bruh. I really love that. And we also hear about the Great Hunt of the Horn. I think this is kind of I think this may be the first time that we've kind of heard about it, but he tells us about the Great Hunt of the Horn and all the things that are going on. Of course, the captain is trying to enlist Tom and the boys to rock with him and be on the boat, and he's like, yo, entertainment to get the to have some entertainment to get the men's minds off of the hard work is something that I really need. And it just goes, I love that notion of how important entertainment is in these olden times, because all people could do was legit just work until they died, because if they didn't work they died literally. So it's like, like I like that. I really like that we get that point of view, and we get to see how important it is for him to be a Gleeman, and how important of a commodity that is, I guess you can say. Like, it's not something that we're just kind of doing. I mean, yes, it's something to do just to do, but it's mostly being done as a form of being a pivotal piece of society functioning properly, right? Entertainment is really a important part of it. And you see how even Bruss says, like, I'll pay you any amount of money. Like I'll pay you anything you need, G. Like, you and your, and your two others. Keep you with food, keep you with board, and with money. And don't worry about it, because all you got to do is make sure that at the end of the day, the men are cool and they ain't going to be tripping. Like, and I love that. Like, I really love that. I love that aspect there. It does a lot. It does a lot for the story. And then, of course, it's just also a really good way to blend in the story lore. The storytelling turns into lore so quickly. And it's just a fantastic journey that your brain is able to kind of just get taken on. And it's like you float in a river and you're just kind of floating down the river, and then like the river is just kind of taking you in different, directions, and you're not fighting it. You're just kind of going with it, and you're just going with the flow. And then, you just kind of end up at a certain point, and then you're just like, damn, that was awesome. That was super. That was magnificent. I don't know where I'm at, but I'm happy to be here. Like, that's how the story feels. Like, and it feels like that in the best way possible, mind you. So I am so, yeah, yeah. I love the presence that they gave Tom in the story, really. Like, and again, like you guys had mentioned it before, like Tom was different in the books. You guys had told me, and you guys told me that like Rand and them were like doing like songs and juggling and things like that, and I really didn't understand, but seeing it from this point of view, it just brings so much more to the table, and I love it. Um uh oh, and then we hear about the false dragon. Am I too far? Did I miss anything? I don't think I missed anything. Let me know if I missed anything, you guys, but I don't believe I did. Yeah, we just learned about the Great Hunt. Everybody was gonna know that our boy Tom was in there. Oh, we learned that Gleemen have like a outfit type of vibe, I guess, and it's like just from how they look, you can know is that that's a Gleeman, and that's pretty dope. Another subtle thing that I enjoyed. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Big news. That's what. Big news. Brett talks about his feet for a little while. The news was just as big as he said it was. Logain, the false dragon, had been captured after a big battle near Lugard. While he was trying to move his army from Geldon to tear. The prophecies they understood. Tom nodded, and Barnum went on. Lord, the roads in the South were packed with people, the lucky ones with what they could carry on their backs, thousands fleeing in all directions. Oops. Oh, I definitely forgot I could do that. Does that work? None. Bartum chuckled wryly. Supported Logain, of course. Oh no, you won't find any to admit to that, not now. Just refugees trying to find a safe place during the Troubles. Aes Sedai had been involved in taking Logain, of course. Bartum spat on the floor when he said that, and again when he said they were taking the false dragon north to Tar Valon. Bartum was a decent man, he said, a respectable man. And Aes Sedai could all go back to the Blight where they came from and take Tar Valon with them as far as he was concerned. He would not get closer to an Aes Sedai than 1,000 miles if he had his way. Of course, they were stopping at every village and town on the way north to display Logain, so we had heard, to show people that the false dragon had been taken and the world was safe again. He would have liked to see that, even if it did mean getting close to the Aes Sedai. He was halfway tempted to go to Camelin. They'll be taking him to show Queen Morghese. Oh, okay. 3 things here. 1, love that we've talked about this before, but I believe this moment is a moment that we got to see as well from the point of view in the show. I don't know if we'll get to see that in the book or not right now. No spoilers if we do. Within the next chapters at the very least. But I really like that we have been able to see certain events that they just talk about in the books. You know what I mean? Or how we got to saw certain events that are just talked about in the books in the show. Like, we actually got to see them played out in a different way. And I think that's super cool and dope that we got to see that happen. And again, I love that it feels like we're playing a video game almost, right? Like, that's kind of how the book takes place. It's like we're following our main characters. They're talking to all these other NPCs throughout the world that are giving them different bits of information. I feel like I'm playing like freaking Starfield or something. It's like a Bethesda game, you know? Like, we're able to really go in deep and learn about these other characters, and even if we just meet them once or twice or whatever, they immediately bring their own character to the table. And it's even funny because I think at one point Rand or Matt is like, is every innkeeper fat and bald or something like that? And I think that was just funny because it's like, it gives the thing that someone could look at as, why is every innkeeper fat and bald? It's laughable to even the characters within the show to make it, or not the show, excuse me, but within the book to be like, every innkeeper we've seen is fat and bald. Like, what the hell is going on? Just to mention that, it's like, it makes you feel like you've been paying attention to, because it's like, yeah, they have all been fat and bald. What's up with that? You know what I mean? Like, those little subtle instances of being immersed into the story a little bit more, they're very it's amazing how I believe Logic said this earlier, but it just breathes, like, and you breathe with the world. You start to take on the cadence of the world as you read it. As the world exhales, so do we. And then as it's time to inhale, we do. And then when the story calls for us to hold our breath, we don't realize that we're even doing it, And I just really love those moments that we get to kind of partake in. Learning more about the false dragon. Oh, here we go.
Gelb.
Oh.
The horn, of course, Bottom exclaimed. Didn't I say that? The Ilianas are calling on everybody as will swear their lives to the hunt to gather an Ilian. Can you imagine that? Swearing your life to a legend? I suppose they'll find some fools. There's always fools around. This fellow claimed the end of the world is coming. The last battle with the Dark One. He chuckled, but it had a hollow sound, a man laughing to convince himself something really was worth laughing at. Guess they think the Horn of Valir has to be found before it happens. Now, what do you think of that? He chewed a knuckle pensively for a minute. Course, I don't know as I could argue with them after this winter. The winter and this fellow Lugain and those other two before as well. Why all these fellows the last few years claiming to be the dragon? And the winter. Must mean something. What do you think? Tom did not seem to hear him.
It's been winter for like 7 months.
In a soft voice, the gleeman began to recite to himself. In the last lorn fight against the fall of long night, the mountains stand guard, and the dead shall be ward, for the grave is no bar to my call.
Bro, like just the subtle storytelling that we're able to partake in. I just eat it all. I eat every bit of it up. Just you know what I mean? And then of course they're like, nah, son, we're out of here. Like a fade pulls up. Well, not pulls up, but you know, the fade is like, they're like, you know, then our barman tells them, hey man, you know, you're not the only person that have come asking these questions, and you need to get the hell up out of here because you, in fact, fit the bill of the people that were coming to ask questions. Like, the people you're asking questions about, other people were asking questions about, but they were also asking about you. Like, so none of the people you were looking for are looking for you, but other people are looking for you and the people you're looking for. Like, that's the last thing you want to hear. That is definitely the last thing that you want to hear. And then this is where our boy Tom is like, man, let's get up out of here, bro. Like, let's skedaddle. It is going bad right now. Like, it is not going good. We are not handling things properly, and we need to do everything we can to ski dad diddly do the hell up on out of here. And Rand is being a real one, and he's like, no, we're not going anywhere, dude. Like, you can go. You can go. Like, that's what I love. He's like, yo, if you want to be a say, you can, but I'm not no oh, you feel me? I'm standing on business. I love to see Rand do that. I really do. And he says, a fade Matt breathed when the innkeeper was gone. I should have known they'd be looking for us here. And he'll be back, Tom said, leaning across the table and lowering his voice. I say we sneak back to the boat and take Captain Domon up on his offer. The hunt will center on the road to Camelin while we're on our way to Ilion, 1,000 miles from where the Midral expect us. No, Rand said firmly. We wait for Moraine and the others in the White Bridge, or we go on to Camelin. One or the other, Tom. That's what we decided. And I love that. Rand is doing it. And he's like, no, Tom. Think, boy! Ilion! There isn't a Gander city on the face of the earth, and the great hunt of the Horn. There hasn't been a hunt of the Horn in a near 400 years. A whole new cycle of stories waiting to be made. Just think, you never dreamed of anything like it. By the time the Midral figure out where you've gone, you'll be all old and gray and so tired watching your grandchildren you won't care if they don't find you. Man, Mans was spitting. Mans was really spitting. I'm not gonna lie. Mans was going off. But Rand was making some good points. How many times do I have to say no? They'll find us wherever we go. There'd be Fades waiting in Ilion too. And how do we escape the dreams? I want to know what's happening to me, Tom, and why. I'm going to Tar Valon with Moiraine, if I can, without her if I have to, alone if I have to. I need to know. But Ilion, boy, and a safe way out, downriver, while they're looking for you in another direction, blood and ashes. A dream can't hurt you? A dream can't hurt? Do dream thorns draw real blood? He almost wished he had told Tom about that dream too. Do you dare tell any? Balsamon is in your dreams. But what's between dreaming and waking now? Who do you dare to tell that the Dark One is touching you? Pause. Bruh, we're cooking, ladies and gentlemen. We're cooking right now. We're cooking. Tom is begging Rand and Matt to escape from this life that he knows that they have to go down the path of. He knows that they're on this crazy ass path and it's going to lead them in a direction that they want nothing to do with. And he is trying his hardest to give him an out. And it's not even him trying to give him an out. He's showing him, he's like, you have this opportunity to not have to be the chosen one. But Rand's like, bro, you don't get to choose whether you're the chosen one or not. And that is fire. That's facts. You don't get to choose on whether you're the chosen one or not. You just are. My boy Aang, he learned it the best. He fought against it, and look what happened. Complete genocide of his people. He should have listened to Macchiazzo. I'm just saying. So when we get to these moments, it's awesome to see the hero take the stance to be the hero type of vibe, even though they have no idea that that's what they're doing yet. They have no idea. Whenever they come, when our titular character comes to the fork in the road and they go left instead of right, it's oh yeah, yes. Now we're on the road again, baby. But I love how he's like, bruh, you lost me because you think my dreams aren't real? I know what I'm going through. I know what I'm suffering through. I know what's happening to me. You can't tell me otherwise. Even those dreams, lad, they are still just dreams, aren't they? For light's sake, Matt, talk to him. I know you don't want to go to Tar Valon at least. Why are you going to all this fuss and bother? You want to go back to the boat? Go back to the boat. We'll take care of ourselves. Matt and Rand was set tripping. They was on demon time. You think you know enough about Midral to escape by yourself, do you? You're ready to walk into Tarvalon alone and hand yourself over to the Amerlin seat? Can you even tell one Aja from another? The light burned me, boy. If you think you can even get to Tarvalon alone, you tell me to go. Go. Bruh, they stand on business. And then they figure out the entire bar has been freaking eavesdropping. Rand stood enough to see over the wall, then ducked down again with a sinking feeling in his stomach. Florin Gelb sat on the other side of the wall at the table in the back with two men who had been there when they came in. They were laughing at him, but they were listening. Like, hold up, they up in the convo. Bartum was wiping a table that badly needed it, not looking at Gelb and the two men, but he was listening too, scrubbing one spot over and over with his towel and leaning toward them until he seemed almost ready to fall over. Like, bruh, everybody is listening like, "Osh, what the hell are they talking about?" Gelb, Rand answered as he dropped back into his chair and the others tensed. Tom swiftly studied their side of the room. On the other side of the wall, the second man's voice chimed in. No, there used to be Trollocs, but they killed them all in the Trolloc Wars. Borderland fables, the first man repeated. It's true, I tell you. I've been in the borderlands. I've seen Trollocs, and these were Trollocs as sure as I'm sitting here. Those three claim the Trollocs were chasing them, but I know better. That's why I wouldn't stay on the spray. I've had my suspicions about Bail Doman for some time, but those three are dark friends for sure. My boy was tripping. And everybody just started laughing at him like, bro, what are you talking about, my boy? You're tripping. Um Oh, and then Tom splits up everyone. Uh Rand lost his coin. I forgot about that. In case we're separated, we probably won't be, but in case it does happen, you two will make out all right by yourselves. You're good lads, just keep clear of the Aes Sedai for your lives. I thought you were staying with us. I am, boy, I am, but they're getting close now, and the light only knows. Well, no matter, it isn't likely anything will happen. I hope you no longer mind me staying with you, he said dryly. That boy Gelb was in there like, bro, I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm trying to tell you. You gotta understand. You gotta understand, bro. Shit's about to go down. They kind of sneak out. Matt started for the street, right away, but Tom caught his arm. Not so fast, the Gleeman told him. Not till we know what we're doing. Tom lowered the window again as much as he could from outside and turned to study the alley. Rand followed Tom's eyes, except for half a dozen rain barrels against the inn and next to the building, a tailor shop. The alley was empty. The hard-packed dirt dry and dusty. Why are you doing this? You'd be safer if you left us. Why are you staying with us? Matt demanded. Tom stared at him for a long moment. I had a nephew, Owen, he said wearily, shrugging out of his cloak. My brother's only son, my only living kin. He got in trouble with the Aes Sedai. I was too busy with other things. I don't know what I could have done, but when I finally tried, it was too late. Owen died a few years later. You could say Aes Sedai killed him. If I can keep you two free of Tar Valon, maybe I can stop thinking about Owen. Wait here. And there we go, getting yet another beautiful piece of his backstory, I guess you can say, and letting us know what's going on. And I believe what happens is his nephew went insane from touching the one power, so, the Aes Sedai do what the Aes Sedai does. And then I love how they have their little side conversations as soon as someone leaves. They're like, oh my God, what do we do? You know what I mean? Like, I love that. A man turned in at the mouth of the alley. A tall man with the hood of his cloak pulled up to hide his face, a cloak black as night against the light of the street. Rand scrambled to his feet, one hand wrapped around the hilt of Tam's sword, so hard that his knuckles hurt. His mouth went dry, and no amount of swallowing helped. Matt rose to a crouch with one hand under his cloak. The man came closer, and Rand's throat grew tighter with every step. Abruptly, the man stopped and tossed back his cowl. Rand's knees almost gave it away. It was Tom. Like, Tom, what are you doing, my guy? Like, why the hell did you just try? Why did you just try to come scare the hell out of us, man? What's that about? Here we go. All right. Here we go.
Few minutes, probably, but it felt like an hour, waiting for Tom to come back, waiting for Bartim and Gelb to open the window and denounce them for dark friends. Then a man turned in at the mouth of the alley, a tall man with the hood of his cloak pulled up to hide his face. A cloak, black as night against the light of the street. Rand scrambled to his feet, one hand wrapped around the hilt of Tam's sword so hard that his knuckles hurt. His mouth went dry, and no amount of swallowing helped. Matt rose to a crouch with one hand under his cloak. The man came closer, and Rand's throat grew tighter with every step. Abruptly, the man stopped and tossed back his cowl. Rand's knees almost gave way. It was Tom. "Well, if you don't recognize me," the gleeman grinned, "I guess it's a good enough disguise for the gates." Tom pushed past them and began transferring things from his patch-covered cloak to his new one so nimbly that Rand could not make out any of them. The new cloak was dark brown, Rand saw now. He drew a deep, ragged breath. His throat still felt as if it were clutched in a fist. Brown, not black. Matt still had his hand under his cloak, and he stared at Tom's back as if he were thinking of using the hidden dagger. Tom glanced up at them, then gave them a sharper look. "This is no time to get skittish." Deftly, he began folding his old cloak into a bundle around his instrument cases, inside out so the patches were hidden. "We'll walk out of here one at a time, just close enough to keep each other in sight. Shouldn't be remembered especially that way. Can't you slouch?" he added to Rand. "That height of yours is as bad as a banner." He slung the bundle across his back and stood, drawing his hood back up. He looked nothing like a white-haired gleeman. He was just another traveller, a man too poor to afford a horse, much less a carriage. "Let's go. We've wasted too much time already." Rand agreed fervently, but even so he hesitated before stepping out of the alley into the square. None of the sparse scattering of people gave them a second look. Most did not look at them at all, but his shoulders knotted, waiting for the cry of "dark friend" that could turn ordinary people into a mob bent on murder. He ran his eyes across the open area, over people moving about on their daily business, and when he brought them back, a Myrddraal was halfway across the square. Where the Fade had come from, he could not begin to guess, but it strode toward the three of them with a slow deadliness, a predator with the prey under its gaze.
Oh my God.
People shied away from the black-cloaked shape, avoided looking at it. The square began to empty out as people decided they were needed elsewhere. The black cowl froze round where he stood. He tried to summon up the void, but it was like fumbling after smoke. The Fade's hidden gaze knifed to his bones and turned his marrow to icicles. "Don't look at its face," Tom muttered. His voice shook and cracked, and it sounded as if he were forcing the words out. "The light burn you. Don't look at its face."
Oh my God.
Rand tore his eyes away. He almost groaned. It felt like tearing a leech off of his face. But even staring at the stones of the square, he could still see the Myrddraal coming, a cat playing with mice, amused at their feeble efforts to escape, until finally the jaws snapped shut. The Fade had halved the distance. "Are we just going to stand here?" he mumbled. "We have to run. Get away." But he could not make his feet move. Matt had the ruby-hilted dagger out at last in a trembling hand. His lips were drawn back from his teeth, a snarl and a rictus of fear. "Think." Tom stopped to swallow and went on hoarsely. "Think you can outrun it, do you, boy?" He began to mutter to himself. The only word Rand could make out was "Owen." Abruptly, Tom growled, "I never should have gotten mixed up with you boys. Should never have." He shrugged the bundled gleeman's cloak off of his back and thrust it into Rand's arms. "Take care of that. When I say run, you run and don't stop until you get to Camelin. The Queen's blessing. And in. Remember that, in case... Just remember it." "I don't understand," Rand said. The Myrddraal was not 20 paces away now. His feet felt like lead weights. "Just remember it," Tom snarled. "The Queen's blessing. Now, run!" He gave them a push, one hand on the shoulder of each of them to get them started, and Rand stumbled away in a lurching run with Matt at his side. "Run!" Tom sprang into motion too, with a long, wordless roar. Not after them, but toward the Myrddraal. His hands flourished as if he were performing at his best, and daggers appeared. Rand stopped, but Matt pulled him along. The Fade was just as startled. Its leisurely pace faltered in mid-stride. Its hand swept toward the hilt of the black sword hanging at its waist, but the Gleeman's long legs covered the distance quickly. Tom crashed into the Myrddraal before the black blade was half drawn, and both went down in a thrashing heap. The few people still in the square fled. "Run!" The air in the square flashed an eye-searing blue, and Tom began to scream, but even in the middle of the scream he managed a word. "Run!" Rand obeyed. The Gleeman's screams pursued him. Clutching Tom's bundle to his chest, he ran as hard as he could. Panic spread from the square out through the town as Rand and Matt fled on the crest of a wave of fear. Shopkeepers abandoned their goods as the boys passed. Shutters banged down over storefronts, and frightened faces appeared in the windows of houses, then vanished. People who had not been close enough to see ran through the streets wildly, paying no heed. They bumped into one another, and those who were knocked down scrambled to their feet or were trampled. Whitebridge roiled like a kicked anthill. As he and Matt pounded toward the gates, Rand abruptly remembered what Tom had said about his height. Without slowing down, he crouched as best he could without looking as if he were crouching. But the gates themselves, thick wood bound with black iron straps, stood open. The two gate tenders, in steel caps and mail tunics worn over cheap-looking red coats with white collars, fingered their halberds and stared uneasily into the town. One of them glanced at Rand and Matt, but they were not the only ones running out of the gates. A steady stream boiled through, panting men clutching wives, weeping women carrying babes and dragging crying children, pale-faced craftsmen still in their aprons, still heedlessly gripping their tools. There would be no one who could tell which way they had gone, Rand thought as he ran, dazed. Tom. Oh, light save me. Tom. Matt staggered beside him, caught his balance, and they ran until the last of the fleeing people had fallen away, ran until the town and the white bridge were far out of sight behind them. Finally, Rand fell to his knees in the dust, pulling air raggedly into his raw throat with great gulps. The road behind stretched empty until it was lost to sight among bare trees. Matt plucked at him. "Come on! Come on!" Matt panted the words. Sweat and dust streaked his face, and he looked ready to collapse. "We have to keep going." "Tom!" Rand said. He tightened his arms around the bundle of Tom's cloak. The instrument cases were hard lumps inside. "Tom! He's dead! You saw! You heard! Light, Rand! He's dead! You think Egwene and Moraine and the rest are dead too? If they're dead, why are the Myrddraal still hunting them? Answer me that!" Matt dropped to his knees in the dust beside him. "All right. Maybe they are alive. But Tom, you saw! Blood and ashes, Rand. The same thing can happen to us."
Oh my God.
Rand nodded slowly. The road behind them was still empty. He had been halfway expecting, hoping at least to see Tom appear, striding along, blowing out his moustaches to tell them how much trouble they were. The Queen's blessing in Camelin. He struggled to his feet and slung Tom's bundle on his back alongside his blanket roll. Matt stared up at him, narrow-eyed and wary. "Let's go," Rand said, and started down the road toward Camelin. He heard Matt muttering, and after a moment he caught up to Rand. They trudged along the dusty road, heads down and not talking. The wind spawned dust devils that whirled across their path. Sometimes Rand looked back, but the road behind was always empty.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, that bruh. Chills, man, chills. It was going down. It was going down right now. Like, Tom went out like a G. Like, Tom went out like I would have never expected. I had no idea Tom was that guy like that. Like, I would have never knew. I would have never knew. Like, Tom taught them so much and then sacrificed it all so that they could continue on. And he knew that he knew something was going to happen, man. Man, F's in the chat to pay your respects for Tom. R.I.P. Tom. Man. F's in the chat to pay respects for my guy, man. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. This chapter was yet another amazing chapter, yo. I really did love chapter 26. Let me know how you guys felt about chapter 26. All right, let's jump into chat. Rand's favorite book is The Travels of Jane Farstrider, a book that is in-world to Wheel of Time, but is relatively contemporary to the events of the season. What does that mean? It's pronounced GIF, not GIF. Exactly. I knew you would get it. Choosy moms choose... Nah, that's crazy. It's impressive that such a recent book has reached a remote area such as the two rivers. A lot of people describe this time as medieval, but it's really pre-industrial. Oh, wow. I can see that. That makes sense. I'm mad I didn't make that joke first. Yeah, that's definitely right up your alley. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point, official ACM. Sorry you got to get that dad tax on you. I was trying to get away from that dad joke so fast that you almost got away with it. But you're not getting away with it around these parts, man. It's not happening. Let's get those dad taxes out here. Those dad taxes. Those dad joke taxes. Dad taxes is crazy. I almost made a dark joke, but I took the high road. How much is them taxes? Yeah. Official ACM. Dad joke taxes is real. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in 90s commercial hell. Nah, that's crazy. I've said fortune pick me IRL. Gelb, what an awful name. Yeah, Gelb is crazy. Everyone was dropping crazy bars. Dude, listen to Tom, please. Rand said, "Biat." I said what I said. Bro, I love that. Bro really stood on his toes. He was like, how many times, bro, how many times I gotta tell this guy? No. And then Tom still said it again. He was like, bro, you gotta listen. Like, you're tripping. And he was like, bro, you're tripping. You're not listening. Like, I love that. I love that. Wait. Come on. What's going on here? Tell one Aja from another? I mean, I know my primary colors. For real, though. But I think it's safe to say that none of them have said anything about, like, colors for the Aja, except, like, the black Aja, really. And that may just because it's heavily implied, and they already know, but, like, they haven't said anything about it. Gelb do be tripping. Yeah, Gelb was tripping for show. May you shelter in the Creator's hand, Owen. Oh. May you shelter in the Creator's hand. That's crazy. No amount. And then you say this after that, Marisu. Like what? This is crazy. The dark one is touching me. Pause. Yeah, big pause. Writing a jump scare is hard, but RJ pulls it off here with the suddenly Madral right after Tom scares the crap out of them. Yes, it works so well. And then bruh's just like looking through the crowd, and then it's like, oh my god, like, right. And then everybody is leaving immediately. Like, everybody's moving. Like, nah, G, hell nah, we're not about to play around these parts. And then at the end, you have everyone literally booking it away from the fade as our boy Tom is valiantly going in hand combat with this thing. Like, what? Marisu, please point on the doll. Marisu, please point on the doll where the dark one touched you. Marisu, you're wildin'. Man, getting a Rosamund Pike reading interrupted with a Temu ad makes me want to set myself on fire. Yeah, that was a longer chapter. That's why those ads came through in the middle. It'd be like that sometimes. That's crazy, though. R.I.P. Tom, you will be missed. Tom is about these streets. Tom is the old goat. Facts. I really wished we got Whitebridge in the show. Such an iconic structure. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if they saved that for like season 3. The way that they're doing the show, for real, for real. Like, they've been doing the show so well. Like, they've been doing such a good job with it. Like, damn. What a fantastic chapter. Like, what a fantastic chapter that was. I just loved it so much. And I hope you guys did too. All right, we're about... No, we're not halfway through, are we? No, we're not. All right, we're going to keep on trucking along. And we're gonna keep on trucking along, man. Like I said, that chapter was like, that chapter is my favorite like, that chapter is awesome. Like, it's one of my favorite chapters, and like, all of these chapters are so good. It's hard to pick one chapter to be my favorite. That's why I really like these in all of them. Like, I like all of them because it does a really good job. Each storyline is dope. Each storyline has its own stuff going on. Like, bro, these chapters were such a great... It was a great sequence. It was a great segment. A perfect build-up to where we got to be now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like, yes. Like, give me all of the things. And you know what? Just because our guy ACM brought it up, let's make it happen.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
All right. And now it's time for
Chapter 27. Shelter from the Storm.
Yo, again, we are now back with Perrin and Egwene doing lovely things. Excuse me. Okay, we are now back to Perrin and Egwene doing their thing, right? What's going on with Perrin and Egwene? You know, wait, nope, I didn't want to just restart reading. My bad. But was it this chapter? I love this. Elias moved with the lazy grace of a wolf, only emphasized by his skins and his fur hat, radiating danger as naturally as a fire radiated heat, and the contrast with the traveling people was sharp. Young and old, the people were joyful on their feet. There was no danger in their grace, only delight. Their children about filled with the pure zest of moving, of course, but among the Tuathahan, graybeards and grandmothers still stepped lightly. Their walk a stately dance, no less exuberant for its dignity. All the people seemed on the point of dancing, even when standing still, even during the rare times when there was no music in the camp. Fiddles and flutes, dulcimers and zithers, and drums spun harmony and counterpoint around the wagons at almost any hour, in camp or on the move. Joyous songs, merry songs, laughing songs, sad songs. If someone was awake in the camp, there was usually music. And that is just such an amazing way to to give us more insight on these people. Like, they love music. They're always dancing. They're always happy. They have no where was it? It was right here. Something that I really liked. People were joyful on their feet, and there was no danger in their grace, only delight. What a good way to say people have no cares, right? Like, what a fantastic way to say there's like really no care in the world, or to say carefree. I guess you can say, like, just a really beautiful way to say that someone is carefree and is moving as that. Man, just real wordsmith, my guy. Um, we get more amazing stuff from Elias. You had hard days before you met me, Elias said the third or fourth time he asked, and you'll have harder still ahead, with Trollocs and half-men after you, and Aes Sedai for friends. He grinned around a mouthful of Isla's dried apple pie. Perrin still found his yellow-eyed gaze disconcerting, even when he was smiling, perhaps even more when he was smiling. Smiles seldom touched those hunters' eyes. Elias lounged reside Ray. Elias lounged beside Rayan's fire, as usual, refusing to sit on the logs drawn up for the purpose. Don't be in such a bloody hurry to put yourself in the Aes Sedai hands. Like, Elias knows so much, and it's just right. We've been getting these viewpoints of Aes Sedai up until this point, and they haven't all been like. I mean, they haven't been the best viewpoints, but I don't think they've been like how Elias views them. You know, like, don't trust them. Da, da, da. Well, other than Nynaeve, but Nynaeve be tripping, so it's hard to take her word for anything. But having Elias come through and just being like, man, don't trust them, like at all. I love that. Perrin could not make himself relax. At night he wandered among the rainbow wagons, worrying as much because no one else seemed to see anything to worry about, as for any other reason. The Tuathaan sang and danced, cooked and ate around their campfires, fruits and nuts, berries and vegetables. They ate no meat, and went about a myriad domestic chores as if they had not a care in the world. The children ran and played everywhere, hide and seek among the wagons, climbing in the trees around the camp, laughing and rolling on the ground with the dogs, not a care in the world for anyone. Watching them, he hitched to get away. Go before we bring the hunters down on them. They took us in, and we repay their kindness by endangering them. At least they have reason to be light-hearted. Nothing is hunting them, but the rest of us. Like, it's just, they have no idea what's going on, man. Like, they don't know what's happening. At least it seems like they don't know. It was hard to get a word with Egwene. Either she was talking with Isla, their heads together in a way that said no men were welcome, or she was dancing with Aram, swinging around and around to the flutes and fiddles and drums, to tunes that Tuathahan had gathered from all over the world, or to the sharp, trilling songs of the traveling people themselves. Sharp, whether they were quick or slow, they knew many songs. Some he recognized from home, though often under different names than they were called in the Two Rivers. Three girls in the meadow, for instance, the Tinkers named Pretty Maids Dancing, and they said the wind from the north was called Hard Rain Falling in some lands and Baron's Retreat in others. When he asked, not thinking, for the tinker has my pots, they fell all over themselves laughing. They knew it, but as toss the feathers. And again, just giving us a really dope I was trying, I guess, insight, but I was trying not to say insight. Yeah, giving, I guess that's the best way to say it. But it's giving us so much, giving us more insight as to what's going on in these lands, and that there is no telecommunications to transfer information fast. You know, there's nothing like that to make those things occur. So people may sing the same songs, but the way I look at it is very similar to like a comedian, right? If a comedian goes from one town to the next, they tailor those jokes for the city that they're in. So very similarly, if a Gleeman goes somewhere and picks up on a song and he takes a song from the Two Rivers to another place, or however that ends up happening, uh, no doubt those names will be different because it will be from the point of view of these people that live in this land, and that's how these songs will no doubt have translated from one section to another section, and giving us a better understanding of where we really stand, where the lands stand, right? Like, where does everyone stand? And I'm just, yeah. Yes, like, I love that. Gwen just chilling, dancing, like she just don't give a hot damn. And then my boy Perrin, I thought you wanted to get to Tarvalon. You won't learn to be an Aes Sedai here. And I thought you didn't like me wanting to become an Aes Sedai. Blood and ashes. Do you believe we're safe here? Are these people safe with us here? A fade could find us any time. Elias is right. They don't have to try to convert you to the way of the leaf. It seeps into you. Leo, I love it. I love it. Oh, and then how sad they are about his axe. In a world full of Trollocs and Fades, you would think that they would, you know, not want to be there, but it's there and it happens. Dark ones, Trollocs, and bears, oh my. Um, wait, what? Oh, okay, okay. If the Tuathan camp was a source of constant irritation, at least his dreams were normal there. Sometimes he woke up sweating from a dream of Trollocs and Fades storming into the camp, rainbow colored wagons turning to bonfires from hurled torches, people falling in. Damn. Okay. People falling in pools of blood, men and women and children who ran and screamed and died but made no effort to defend themselves against slashing scythe like swords. Night after night he bolted upright in the dark, panting and reaching for his axe before he realized the wagons were not in flames, that no bloody muzzled shapes and snarled over torn and twisted bodies littering the ground. But those were ordinary nightmares, and oddly comforting in their way. If there was ever a place for the Dark One to be in his dreams, it was in those. But he was not. No Bahalzaman, just ordinary nightmares. Like, damn. Those are ordinary nightmares? He was aware of the wolves, though, when he was awake. They kept their distance from the camps and from the caravan on the move, but he always knew they were there. He could feel their contempt for the dogs guarding the Tuathan. Noisy beasts who had forgotten what their jaws were for, had forgotten the taste of warm blood. They might frighten humans, but they would slink away on their bellies if the pack ever came. Each day his awareness was sharper, more clear. Yes, we are getting into it like swim to it. Um, oh. Uh, Ordinary nightmares is definitely insane. Take it from the top.
He was aware of the wolves, though, when he was awake. They kept their distance from the camps and from the caravan on the move, but he always knew where they were. He could feel their contempt for the dogs guarding the Tuatha'an. Noisy beasts who had forgotten what their jaws were for, had forgotten the taste of warm blood. They might frighten humans, but they would slink away on their bellies if the pack ever came.
Yo.
Each day, his awareness was sharper, more clear. Dapple grew more impatient with every sunset. That Elias wanted to do this thing of taking the humans south made it worth doing, but if it must be done, then let it be done. Let this slow travel end. Wolves were meant to roam, and she did not like being away from the pack so long. Impatience burned in wind, too. Hunting was worse than poor here, and he despised living on field mice, something for cubs to stalk while learning to hunt, fit food for the old, no longer able to pull down a deer or hamstring a wild ox.
Damn.
Sometimes Wind thought that Byrne had been right. Leave human troubles to humans. But he was wary of such thoughts when Dapple was around, and even more so around Hopper. Hopper was a scarred and grizzled fighter, impassive with the knowledge of years, with guile that more than made up for anything of which age might have robbed him. For humans, he cared nothing. But Dapple wished this thing done, and Hopper would wait as she waited, and run as she ran. Wolf or man, bull or bear, whatever challenged Dapple would find Hopper's jaws waiting to send him to the long sleep. That was the whole of life for Hopper, and that kept Wind cautious, and Dapple seemed to ignore the thoughts of both. All of it was clear in Perrin's mind. Fervently he wished for Camelin, for Moraine and Tar Valon. Even if there were no answers, there could be an end to it. Elias looked at him, and he was sure the yellow-eyed man knew. Please let there be an end.
Oh, here we go.
The dream began more pleasantly than most he had of late. He was at Elsbeth Luhan's kitchen table, sharpening his axe with a stone. Mistress Luhan never allowed forge work or anything that smacked of it to be brought into the house. Master Luhan even had to take her knives outside to sharpen them. But she tended her cooking and never said a word about the axe. She did not even say anything when a wolf entered from deeper in the house and curled up between Perrin and the door to the yard. Perrin went on sharpening. It would be time to use it soon. Abruptly the wolf rose, rumbling deep in its throat, the thick ruff of fur on its neck rising. Baalzamon stepped into the kitchen from the yard. Mistress Luhan went on with her cooking. Perrin scrambled to his feet, raising the axe, but Baalzamon ignored the weapon, concentrating on the wolf instead. Flames danced where his eyes should be. Is this what you have to protect you? Well, I have faced this before. Many times before. He crooked a finger, and the wolf howled as fire burst out of its eyes and ears and mouth, out of its skin. The stench of burning meat and hair filled the kitchen. Elsbeth Luhan lifted the lid on a pot and stirred with a wooden spoon.
Holy shit.
Perrin dropped the axe and jumped forward, trying to beat out the flames with his hands. The wolf crumpled to black ash between his palms. Staring at the shapeless pile of char on Mistress Luhan's clean-swept floor, he backed away. He wished he could wipe the greasy soot from his hands, but the thought of scrubbing it off on his clothes turned his stomach. He snatched up the axe, gripping the haft until his knuckles cracked. "Leave me alone!" he shouted. Mistress Luhan tapped the spoon on the rim of the pot and replaced the lid, humming to herself. "You cannot run from me," Baalzamon said. "You cannot hide from me. If you are the one, you are mine." The heat from the fires of his face forced Perrin across the kitchen until his back came up against the wall. Mistress Luhan opened the oven to check her bread. "The eye of the world will consume you," Baalzamon said. "I mark you mine." He flung out his clenched hand as if throwing something. When his fingers opened, a raven streaked at Perrin's face. Perrin screamed as the black beak pierced his left eye, and sat up, clutching his face, surrounded by the sleeping wagons of the travelling people. Slowly, he lowered his hands. There was no pain, no blood. But he could remember it. Remember the stabbing agony. He shuddered.
Yo, like, man, those dream sequences are so awesome. And I think there was a dream sequence that was something like this in the show. It wasn't exactly like this, but it was something like this, and I believe all of the, dogs also had a similar dream or nightmare of what happened. Right? Like there was something like that took place, and I just think that was really just bruh. Those dream sequences are fantastic. And my guy Rosamund is just pulling up on people like, hey, you're not getting away from me. Like, you're not getting away from me at all. I hope you know that. I hope you know that. Dapple, Wind, and Hopper came to greet Elias, not frolicking as the dogs had done, but a dignified meeting of equals. Perrin caught what passed between them: fire eyes, pain, Heartfang, death, Heartfang. Perrin knew what they meant. The Dark One. They were telling about his dream. Their dream. He shivered as the wolves ranged out ahead, scouting the way. It was Egwene's turn to ride Bella, and he walked beside her. Elias led, as usual, a steady, ground-eating pace. Perrin did not think about his dream. He had thought that the wolves made them safe, not complete, except full heart, full mind. You still struggle, only complete when you accept. He forced the wolves out of his head and blinked in surprise. He had known he could do that. He had not known he could do that. He determined not to let them back in again, even in dreams. He was not sure if the thought was his or theirs. Yep, and then him and Egwene, of course, have their little snarky back and forth at the end. But yet another solid chapter coming from chapter 27. Um, Definitely a little more just not as hectic, coming off of that hectic thing that we just came from with Rand and Matt. Like that was super hectic. And so we leave that and then we come to this. And it's like, there's a little bit, it's a little slower paced. We get to, learn some things. We get to explore the magic behind Perrin, if you will. And I think all of that is super important. And it really takes us a long way. All right. I wish I could stay, but I'm going to have to get some sleep. Sleep well and wake. Hey, we appreciate you, Sharice. We definitely appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Sleep well and wake. Samesies. It's getting close to 1. Hey, I understand. I feel it. Sleep well and wake. There's always the replay. Facts. There is always a replay. We do get a dream sequence. You said we didn't, but I knew that felt wrong. Yeah. I think I said maybe we do get a dream sequence, but it's not a long one. I don't remember, but you are right though. There was a dream sequence. It was mad short, but it wasn't mad short at the same time. I think it was kind of confusing because it was like a sequence. It was like a multiple waking up of bad dreams and then a dream sequence. So it was like, oh wait, whoa. And I don't think I noticed. I don't even know if I remembered that happened. Like my boy set the dog on fire. Like Jesus Christ. Like bruh. I see why the show changed so much. The changing of songs is so realistic. Like how Green Sleeves is also what Child Is This to Anacreon in Heaven. Is also the U.S. national anthem. Yeah, that's facts. That's very true. I got to get your opinion on the explanation of wolf stuff in the book versus the show. Do you feel like you're getting it? Yeah, I do feel like I'm getting it. The best thing that, like, to me, what it seems like is kind of like, the Craven thing that they put in the trailer for the Craven the Hunter thing, mixed with the, like the Echo thing that we just saw from Echo Marisu. Like that's that's what I kind of understand it to be. It's not like they are wolves, but they're not wolves. You know what I mean? Like they're not werewolves. They're more like wolf adjacent. Like I don't know what else to say that, but like having the eyes of the wolves and you know, like, and all that good stuff. Like I think that was solid there. Like I think it kind of put it forth pretty well to let me know like, oh, okay, like they are basically one with the pack. Like he's one with the pack in a deeper way than the pack is with, like, locked in with each other almost, you know? Like the bond between wolf and man is just as deep as the bond between wolf and wolf, if not a little bit deeper, just because they're able to, you know, have those transcending experiences cross species, I guess you can say. I have to wonder if RJ put out a burning person with his hands. Damn, that would be intense. That would be intense. Hopper is, as always, the best boy. Facts. And I love it, man. Hopper is awesome. The way that little the wolf sequence that they explained between them, kind of talking to each other and kind of not just the one about the dream, but the one before that, when it's like, yo, Hopper is going wherever she goes, and it's like, you know, he doesn't want to, but this is just what it is. Like, I love that. I love getting there's so many POVs that it's almost overwhelming, but it adds so much to the story, you know, to where we're getting horses POVs at the starts of chapters. We're getting dogs POVs in the middle of, like, situations happening. So I'm just really digging it all. I'm really digging it. Now that Perrin can feel the wolves, he doesn't have to wonder where wolf. He can just point and say there. Boo this man. The dad jokes are insane. Two dad joke taxes in one night is insane. ACM, you're going for it. Oh, you're broke. You ain't even have the full 300. Damn, look at you. Look at you and look at you. That's cold. That's cold. Come on, ACM. What you doing out here? What you doing, baby? ACM done went bankrupt off of dad jokes. You got to be more careful. All right, y'all, before we get into the next chapter, which will be chapter 28, you know what I'm saying. Y'all already know who you're gonna hear from.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
All right. Now it is time for
Chapter 28. Footprints in Air.
Man, chapter 28, Footprints in Air. I really like this chapter. Definitely on the shorter side after coming off of like so much, like those chapters were so long before this one. So it was dope. And I really liked it because, you know, we get to touch back in with Moiraine and Nynaeve, and we obviously see that they're doing their own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they're chilling, they're rocking, they're locking, they're loading, all that good stuff. And you know, Nynaeve is being Nynaeve in this section as usual, but more than anything, let me see. Wait, what the heck was I doing just now? Oh. Here we go. Wow. Yeah. You know, Nynaeve is being Nynaeve yet again. I mean, Moiraine and Lan, they're all being who they are, but we get to see them interacting with each other a lot more. Very similar to how it was within the show when they were kind of interacting with each other, and we see that kind of level of respect kind of dissipate, but then re-emerge, I guess you can say. Like there's so much, there's just a high level of tug of war at all times between Moiraine and Nynaeve and Lan, because Nynaeve is Nynaeve. So every person that Nynaeve deals with, there is a tremendous amount of pushback at all times because she is Nynaeve. Hear her roar. You know what I'm saying? Nynaeve is just always in her brain, Since the morning after Shadar Logoth, when she had found Moiraine and Lan on the bank of the Arenelle, there had been little in the way of the real conversation between her and the Aes Sedai. There had been talk, of course, but nothing of substance as Nynaeve saw it. Moiraine's attempts to talk her into going to Tar Valon, for instance. Tar Valon. She would go there if need be and take their training, but not for the reasons the Aes Sedai thought. If Moiraine had brought harm to Egwene and the boys, sometimes against her will, Nynaeve had found herself thinking of what a wisdom could do with the One Power, of what she could do. Whenever she realized what was in her head, though, a flash of anger burned it out. The power was a filthy thing. She would have nothing to do with it unless she had to. Like, she be tripping. Oh, how do you mean to find them? She remembered demanding. As I have told you, Moiraine replied without bothering to look back at her. I will know when I am close to the two of them because... Whoa. I will know I am close to the two who have lost their coins. It was not the first time Nynaeve had asked, but the Aes Sedai's voice was like a still pond that refused to ripple no matter how many stones Nynaeve threw. It made the wisdom's blood boil every time she was exposed to it. Moiraine went on as if she could not feel Nynaeve's eyes on her back. Nynaeve knew she must be able to. She was staring so hard. The longer it takes, the closer I must come. Pause. But I will know. As for one who still has his token, so long as he has it in his possession, I can follow him across half the world if need be. And then, what do you plan when you found them, Aes Sedai? She did not for a minute believe the Aes Sedai would be so intent on finding them if she did not have plans. Tar Valon wisdom. Part of the training you will receive is in Tar Valon wisdom. It will teach you to control your temper. You can do nothing with the one power when emotion rules your mind. Nynaeve opened her mouth, but the Aes Sedai went right on. Lan, I must speak with you a moment. Put her in her place quick, fast, and in a hurry. That is hilarious. Why did she do her like that? She did her so dirty. Like, just, you know what? Go sa-ra-ra-ra-ra. The will weaves as the will wills. No eye can see the pattern until it is woven. Yeah, literally nothing was going on here. And Moiraine is always so calm, cool, and collected. Wisdom, however fearful they were, in whatever direction they ran, eventually they will remember Camelin. And it is where I will find them, but I will help the one I can find now first. I love the term of half men as well. All right, yeah, that was 28. Was a quick, fast chapter. I have a full-grown kid. My dad jokes have nowhere else to go but out into the internet. Is crazy. The lighting and editing in the popcorn ad is better than some TV shows I've seen. Cough, cough. Game of Thrones. That's a good point. Game of Thrones ran out of lighting budget in their last season. That's freaking crazy. We need a drinking game whenever Moiraine says the wheel weaves. Hey, I definitely agree. We could do like I don't even know what would happen with that, but we would have to do like a marathon. A drunkathon. There you go. A drunkathon. I'm definitely down. All right, let's jump straight into chapter 29. Let's jump into chapter 29. Yes, we are back, baby. We are back with the pack. The pack is back, and I'm ready for the pack, man. I am ready for the pack. This is I'm pretty sure This chapter is insane in the membrane. Things are starting to heat up, baby. Things are starting to heat up, baby. Of course, we get Bella POV. Let's see. The wolves will warn if there's danger. It would be wonderful if they went away, if they just vanished. But right now, they'll give warning. What is he looking for? What? After a long search with only his eyes above the rise, Elias always motioned them to come along. To come along. My bad. Every time the way ahead was clear until the next time they found a ridge they could not go around. As the third such ridge, Perrin's stomach lurched. Sour fumes rose in his nose, and he knew if he had to wait even 5 minutes he would vomit. He swallowed. Pause. I'm coming too. Double pause? What the hell? Keep low, was all Elias said. As he spoke, Egwene jumped down from Bella. Like, damn. Oh, here we get more about the Ravens. The Ravens that, mind you, were all about you know what I mean? The Ravens that were all about the oh shit. And what the earlier is all about the Ravens. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and listen in a little bit at the beginning here.
The wolves will warn if there's danger. It would be wonderful if they went away, if they just vanished. But right now they'll give warning. What is he looking for? What?
Like, oh my god.
After a long search, with only his eyes above the rise, Elias always motioned them to come ahead. Every time the way ahead was clear, until the next time they found a ridge they could not go around. At the third such ridge, Perrin's stomach lurched. Sour fumes rose in his throat, and he knew if he had to wait even 5 minutes he would vomit. He swallowed. I'm coming too.
Hey, yo.
Keep low, was all Elias
pause.
said. As soon as he spoke, Egwene jumped down from Bella. The fur-clad man pushed his round hat forward and peered at her from under the edge. "You expecting to make that mare crawl?" he said dryly. Her mouth worked, but no sound came out. Finally she shrugged, and Elias turned away without another word and began climbing the easy slope. Perrin hurried after him. Well short of the crest, Elias made a downward motion and a moment later flattened himself on the ground, wriggling forward the last few yards. Perrin flopped on his belly. At the top, Elias took off his hat before raising his head ever so slowly. Peering through a clump of thorny weeds, Perrin saw only the same rolling plain that lay behind them. The downslope was bare, though a clump of trees 100 paces across grew in the hollow, perhaps half a mile south from the ridge. The wolves had already been through it, smelling no trace of Trollocs or Murdral. East and west the land was the same as far as Perrin could see, rolling grassland and wide scattered thickets. Nothing moved. The wolves were more than a mile ahead, out of sight, and at that distance he could barely feel them. They had seen nothing when they covered this ground. What is he looking for? There's nothing there. "We're wasting time," he said, starting to stand, and a flock of ravens burst out of the trees below. 50, 100 black birds spiraling into the sky.
Like, what the
He
hell
froze
could
in
you
a crouch as
imagine?
they milled over the trees. The Dark One's eyes. Did they see me? Sweat trickled down his face. As if one thought had suddenly sparked in 100 tiny minds, every raven broke sharply in the same direction. South. The flock disappeared over the next rise, already descending. To the east, another thicket disgorged more ravens. The black mass wheeled twice and headed south. Shaking, he lowered himself to the ground slowly. He tried to speak, but his mouth was too dry. After a minute, he managed to work up some spit. "Was that what you were afraid of? Why didn't you say something? Why didn't the wolves see them?" "Wolves don't look up in trees much," Elias growled. "And no, I wasn't looking for this. I told you I didn't know what." Far to the west, a black cloud rose over yet another grove and winged southward. They were too far off to make out individual birds. "It isn't a big hunt, thank the light. They don't know, even after—" He turned to stare back the way they had come. Perrin swallowed. Even after the dream, Elias had meant. "Not big," he said. "Back home you won't see that many ravens in a whole year." Elias shook his head. "In the borderlands I've seen sweeps with 1,000 ravens to the flock. Not too often. There's a bounty on ravens there, but it has happened." He was still looking north. "Hush now."
Bruh.
Perrin felt it then, the effort of reaching out to the distant wolves. Elias wanted Dapple and her companions to quit scouting ahead, to hurry back and check their back trail. His already gaunt face tightened and thinned under the strain. The wolves were so far away, Perrin could not even feel them. "Hurry. Watch the sky. Hurry."
Bro,
Faintly,
amazing.
Perrin caught the reply
That's
from far to
fire.
the south. "We come." An image flashed in his mind. Wolves running, muzzles pointing into the wind of their haste, running as if wildfire raced behind, running. Flashed and was gone in an instant. Elias slumped and drew a deep breath. Frowning, he peered over the ridge, then back to the north, and muttered under his breath. "You think there are more ravens behind us?" Perrin asked. "Could be," Elias said vaguely. "They do it that way sometimes. I know a place if we can reach it by dark. We have to keep moving until full dark anyway, even if we don't get there. But we can't go as fast as I would like. Can't afford to get too close to the ravens ahead of us. But if they're behind us too—" "Why dark?" Perrin said. "What place? Somewhere safe from the ravens?" "Safe from ravens," Elias said, "but too many people know. Ravens roost for the night. We don't have to worry about them finding us in the dark. The lights and ravens are all we have to worry about then." With one more look over the crest, He rose and waved to Egwene to bring Bella up. Egwene topped the rise behind them, kicking Bella to a trot. A grin of relief bloomed on her face when she saw them. "What's going on?" she called, urging the shaggy mare to catch up. "When you disappeared like that, I thought—" What happened? Perrin saved his breath for running until she reached them. He explained about the ravens and Elias's safe place, but it was a disjointed story. After a strangled "Ravens," she kept interrupting with questions for which, as often as not, he had no answers. Between them, he did not finish until they reached the next ridge. Ordinarily, if anything about the journey could be called ordinary, they would have gone around this one rather than over, but Elias insisted on scouting anyway. "You just want to saunter right into the middle of them, boy," was his sour comment. Egwene stared at the crest of the ridge, licking her lips as if she wanted to go with Elias this time and wanted to stay where she was, too. Elias was the only one who showed no hesitation. Perrin wondered if the ravens ever doubled back. It would be a fine thing to reach the crest at the same time as a flock of ravens. At the top, he inched his head up until he could just see, and heaved a sigh of relief when all he saw was a copse of trees a little to the west. There were no ravens to be seen. Abruptly, a fox burst out of the trees, running hard. Ravens poured from the branches after it. The beat of their wings almost drowned out a desperate whining from the fox. A black whirlwind dove and swirled around it. The fox's jaws snapped at them, but they darted in and darted away untouched, black beaks glistening wetly. The fox turned back toward the trees, seeking the safety of its den. It ran awkwardly now, head low, fur dark and bloody, and the ravens flapped around it, more and more of them at once, the fluttering mass thickening until it hid the fox completely. As suddenly as they had descended, the ravens rose, wheeled, and vanished over the next rise to the south. A misshapen lump of torn fur marked what had been the fox.
Bruh,
Perrin.
oh my god, like, they were going in. Bruh, like, we gotta get out of here. We can't just stand here. Like, we gotta keep moving. Like, we gotta keep moving.
He staggered and hung on to Egwene's stirrup until she climbed down and all but pushed him into the saddle despite his protests that he could keep going. It was not long, though, before she was clutching the stirrup as she ran, holding up her skirts with her other hand, and only a little while after that until he dismounted, his knees still wobbling. He had to pick her up to make her take his place, but she was too tired to fight him. Elias would not slow down. He urged them and taunted them and kept them so close behind the searching ravens to the south that Perrin thought all it would take would be for one bird to look back. "Keep moving, burn you! Think you'll do any better than that fox did if they catch us? The one with its insides piled on its head?" Egwene swayed out of the saddle and vomited noisily. "I knew you'd remember. Just keep going a little more, that's all. Just a little more. Burn you, I thought farm youngsters had endurance. Work all day and dance all night. Sleep all day and sleep all night, looks like to me. Move your bloody feet! They began coming down off the hills as soon as the last raven vanished over the next one. Then, while the last trailers still flapped above the hilltop, one bird looking back. To east and west the ravens searched while they hurried across the open spaces between. One bird is all it will take. The ravens behind were coming fast. Dapple and the other wolves worked their way around them and were coming on without stopping to lick their wounds. But they had learned all the lessons they needed about watching the sky. How close? How long? The wolves had no notions of time the way men did.
I love this
No
part.
reasons to divide a day into hours. The seasons were time enough for them, and the light and the dark. No need for more. Finally, Perrin worked out an image of where the sun would stand in the sky when the ravens overran them from behind. He glanced over his shoulder at the setting sun and licked his lips with a dry tongue. In an hour the ravens would be on them. Maybe less. An hour, and it was a good 2 hours to sunset. At least 2 to full dark. We'll die with the setting sun, he thought, staggering as he ran. Slaughtered like the fox. He fingered his axe, then moved to his sling.
Pause.
That would be more use. Not enough, though. Not against 100 ravens, 100 darting targets, 100 stabbing beaks. It's your turn to ride, Perrin, Egwene said tiredly. In a bit, he panted. I'm good for miles yet. She nodded and stayed in the saddle. She is tired. Tell her, or let her think we still have a chance to escape. An hour of hope, even if it is desperate, or an hour of despair. Elias was watching him again, saying nothing. He must know, but he did not speak. Perrin looked at Egwene again, and blinked away hot tears. He touched his axe, and wondered if he had the courage. In the last minutes, when the ravens descended on them, when all hope was gone, would he have the courage to spare her the death the fox had died? Light make me strong. The ravens ahead of them suddenly seemed to vanish. Perrin could still make out dark, misty clouds far to the east and west, but ahead, nothing. Where did they go? Light, if we've overrun them. Abruptly a chill ran through him, one cold, clean tingle as if he had jumped into the wine-spring water in midwinter. It rippled through him and seemed to carry away some of his fatigue, a little of the ache in his legs and the burning of his lungs. It left behind something. He could not say what, only he felt different. He stumbled to a halt and looked around, afraid. Elias watched him. Watched them all, with a gleam behind his eyes. He knew what it was, Perrin was sure of it, but he only watched them. Egwene reined in Bella and looked around uncertainly, half wondering and half fearful. It's strange, she whispered. I feel as if I lost something. Even the mare had her head up expectantly, nostrils flaring as if they detected a faint odour of new-mown hay. What was that? Perrin asked. Elias cackled suddenly. He bent over, shoulders shaking, to rest his hands on his knees. Safety, that's what. We made it, you bloody fools! No raven will cross that line. Not one that carries the Dark One's eyes, anyways. A Trolloc would have to be driven across, and there'd need to be something fierce pushing the Myrddraal to make him do the driving. No Aes Sedai either. The One Power won't work here. They can't touch the true source, can't even feel the source. Like it vanished. Makes them itch inside, that does. Gives them the shakes like a 7-day drunk. It's safety.
I had no idea something like that was even possible. I had no idea something like that was even implemented in a certain place. Uh, I like for real. I don't know if I knew that there was something that could do that, and it's amazing. Like, bruh, this chapter is just so filled with just heart wrenching moments. Oh, the steadings. Here we go. Mm.
Steading! Elias roared. You never listen to stories. Of course, there hasn't been an Ogier here in 3,000 odd years. Not since the breaking of the world. But it's the steading makes the Ogier, not the Ogier make the steading.
Like
Just
what?
a legend.
I don't understand. In the stories, the steadings were always havens, places to hide, whether it's from Aes Sedai or from the Father of the Lies.
Cheerfully, laughing and joking as they prepared their scanty meal. There was nothing left but cheese and dried meat. There had been no chance to hunt. At least there was still tea. Perrin did his share, but silently. He felt Egwene's eyes on him, saw growing worry on her face, but he avoided meeting her eyes as much as he could. Her laughter faded, and the jokes came further apart, each one more strained than the last. Elias watched, saying nothing. A somber mood descended, and they began their meal in silence. The sun grew red in the west, and their shadows stretched out long and thin. Not quite an hour till dark. If not for the steading, all of you would be dead now. Would you have saved her? Would you have cut her down like so many bushes? Bushes don't bleed, do they? Or scream, and look in your eyes, and ask why? Perrin drew in on himself more. He could feel something laughing at him deep in the back of his mind. Something cruel. Not the Dark One. He almost wished it was. Not the Dark One. Himself.
Yo. Cooking.
Egwene exclaimed. You're joking with me. It isn't an eye at all. Why would somebody carve Arthur Hawkwing's eye on a rock out here? Hawkwing's eye. absorbed in gloom to wonder about it. Egwene, though, studied it as she ate, against a huge chunk of rock sticking out, and asked why. Perrin drew in on himself more. He could feel something laughing at him deep in the back of his mind. Something cruel. Not the Dark One. He almost wished it was.
Yeah, I agree, Marisu. I was just thinking that same thing.
For once,
that was
Elias
one of the
had
notes I
broken
was
his
about
rule
to talk
about
about
fires.
too.
There were no trees, but he had snapped dead branches from the brush and built his fire against a huge chunk of rock sticking out of the hillside. From the layers of soot staining the stone, Perrin thought the site must have been used by generation after generation of travellers. What showed above ground of the big rock was rounded somewhat, with a sharp break on one side where moss, old and brown, covered the ragged surface. The grooves and hollows eroded in the rounded part looked odd to Perrin, but he was too absorbed in gloom to wonder about it. Egwene, though, studied it as she ate. "That," she said finally, "looks like an eye." Perrin blinked. It did look like an eye, under all that soot. "It is," Elias said. He sat with his back to the fire and the rock, studying the land around them while he chewed a strip of dried meat almost as tough as leather. "Arthur Hawkwing's eye. The eye of the High King himself. This is what his power and glory came to, in the end." He said it absently. Even his chewing was absent-minded. His eyes and his attention were on the hills. "Arthur Hawkwing!" Egwene exclaimed. "You're joking with me. It isn't an eye at all. Why would somebody carve Arthur Hawkwing's eye on a rock out here?" Elias glanced over his shoulder at her, muttering, "What do they teach you, village whelps?" He snorted and straightened back to his watching, but he went on talking. "Arthur pay and drag turn real. Arthur Hawkwing, the High King, united all the lands from the Great Blight to the Sea of Storms, from the Arid Ocean to the Isle Waste, and even some beyond the waste. He even sent armies the other side of the Arid Ocean. The stories say he ruled the whole world, but what he really did rule was enough for any man outside of a story. And he brought peace and justice to the land." "All stood equal before the law," Egwene said, "and no man raised his hand against another." "So you've heard the stories, at least," Elias chuckled, a dry sound. "Arthur Hawkwing brought peace and justice, but he did it with fire and sword. A child could ride alone with a bag of gold from the Arid Ocean to the spine of the world and never have a moment's fear, but the High King's justice was as hard as that rock there for anyone who challenged his power, even if it was just by being who they were or by people thinking they were a challenge. The common folk had peace and justice and full bellies, but he laid a 20-year siege to Tar Valon and put a price of 1,000 gold crowns on the head of every Aes Sedai."
Crazy, bruh.
"I thought you didn't like Aes Sedai," Egwene said. Elias gave a wry smile. "Doesn't matter what I like, girl. Arthur Hawkwing was a proud fool. An Aes Sedai healer could have saved him when he took sick, or was poisoned, as some say. But every Aes Sedai still alive was penned up behind the shining walls, using all their power to hold off an army that lit up the night with their campfires. He wouldn't have let one near him anyway. He hated Aes Sedai as much as he hated the Dark One."
Bruh.
Egwene's mouth...
What's going on? But I'm so hyped. Like, my guy Arthur Pendragon was not locked in with the Aes Sedai back in the day. But does that mean that Merlin was technically an Aes Sedai type shit? You know what I mean? Like, hold up, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, bro, this is awesome. I love everything about what's going on in this excuse me, in this chapter. All right, let's see how y'all are feeling about chapter 29. Eyes without pity. We would be dead at this point from Kurohosis. What? 29 is a heart-pumping chapter for real. Hurry, watch the sky. The ravens are crazy. Why didn't we get the raven hunt in the live action? That's true. We definitely should have got that. I agree. The raven chase is horrifying and tension is masterful. Misshapen lump. How I hate those words for real. Yeah, that's really just insane. Peace favor your mic. Peace favor your mic, Sensei? Yeah, my brain does not compute. I'll catch the rest on the replay. Congrats again on the new little. Hey, I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Good night. We almost done here. Sleep well and wake, my brother. I forgot we hadn't forgotten the steading in the show yet. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what is the steading? I need to know more about that. I definitely am interested in trying to figure out why we didn't know about these steading places beforehand. I feel like this passage is where they gave the show writers inspiration to make Perrin kill his wife. I agree, and would like interesting choice to give him a wife in the first place. And I understand like he tackles with these intense emotions. You know, I understand he tackles with these intense emotions, but I mean that was a really powerful way to show it. I mean, there's ravens here, you know, that are gonna freaking pluck us to death and leave us as a misshapen lump of blood, guts, and meat. It's like, yeah, bro, maybe the fastest way to get out of this is to go ahead and help you out. And then, you know, we both just gonna go anyway, but at least you ain't gotta suffer. Doesn't matter what I like. The mark of an enlightened person. Doesn't matter what I like is crazy. Doesn't matter what I like is crazy. All right, now it's time for
Chapter 30. Children of Shadow.
This chapter is bloody insane. This chapter's, bruh.
Egwene sat by the fire, willing to do with it. He already had to gestured urgently, and he seemed to be trying to shout in a whisper, "Get it out!" She rose to her feet, staring at him uncertainly, then stepped closer to the fire, but slowly, clearly not understanding what was happening. Elias pushed roughly past her and snatched up the tea kettle, cursing when it burned him. Juggling the hot pot, he upended it over the fire just the same. A step behind him, Perrin arrived in time to start kicking dirt over the hissing coals as the last of the tea splashed into the fire, hissing and rising in tendrils of steam. He did not stop until the last vestige of the fire was buried. Elias tossed the kettle to Perrin, who immediately let it fall with a choked-off yell. "The only water for miles, but Dapple says..."
Dapple says they smell wrong. I I love that. I love that
He
part.
glanced over his shoulder. The evening sun painted odd shadows on her face, shadows that hid her expression. What is she thinking? Is she looking at you as if she doesn't know you anymore? Does she know you? Dapple says they smell wrong. It's sort of the way a rabid dog smells wrong. The pool was lost to sight behind them. He could still pick out boulders, fragments of Arthur Hawkwing's statue in the deepening twilight, but not to tell which was the stone where the fire had been. We'll stay away from them. Find a place to wait for Elias. Why should they bother us? She demanded. We're supposed to be safe here. It's supposed to be safe. Light, there has to be some place safe.
Freaking so sad, bro. Like, they had no... It just didn't matter, yo. It just didn't matter. And I love this interaction with... I love this interaction with the White Cloaks here. You know, like they just... The show obviously tackled these moments differently, but I think that this still did a really good job of setting the tone for what the hell is going on.
The hollows between, where there was barely enough to see, it seemed bright by contrast. Off to the left, a dark shape stood sharp against the sky. A large, flat stone slanting out of a hillside, cloaking the slope beneath in darkness. This way, he said. He trotted toward the hill, glancing over his shoulder for any sign of the men who were coming. There was nothing, yet. More than once he had to stop and wait while the others stumbled after him. Egwene was crouched over Bella's neck, and the mare was picking her way carefully over the uneven ground. Perrin thought they both must be more tired than he had believed. This had better be a good hiding place. I don't think we can hunt for another. At the base of the hill, he studied the massive flat rock outlined against the sky, jutting out the slope almost at the crest. There was an odd familiarity to the way the top of the huge slab seemed to form irregular steps, 3 up and 1 down. He climbed the short distance and felt across the stone, walking along it. Despite the weathering of centuries, he could still feel 4 joined columns. He glanced up at the step-like top of the stone, towering over his head like a huge lean-to. Fingers. We'll shelter in Arthur Hawkwing's hand. Maybe some of his justice is left here. He motioned for Egwene to join him. She did not move, so he slid back down to the base of the hill and told her what he had found. Egwene peered up the hill with her head pushed forward. How can you see anything? She asked. Perrin opened his mouth, then shut it. He licked his lips as he looked around, for the first time really aware of what he was seeing. The sun was down, all the way down now, and clouds hid the full moon, but it still seemed like the deep purple fringes of twilight to him. I felt the rock, he said finally. That's what it has to be. They won't be able to pick us out against the shadow of it even if they come this far. He took Bella's bridle to lead her to the shelter of the hand. He could feel Egwene's eyes on his back. As he was helping her down from the saddle, the night broke out in shouts back toward the pool. She laid a hand on Perrin's arm, and he heard her unspoken question. The men saw wind, he said reluctantly. It was difficult to pick out the meaning of the wolves' thoughts. Something about fire. They have torches. He pressed her.
Yo, like, damn.
shook. He made no sound, and he did not know if he was laughing or crying. "I will. I promise." Against his will, his hands tightened on the axe, reminding him that he still held it. His voice dropped to a whisper. "I promise," he said again, and hoped. Groups of torch-carrying men now rode through the hills, bunches of 10 or 12. Perrin could not tell how many groups there were. Sometimes 3 or 4 were in sight at once, quartering back and forth. They continued to shout to one another, and sometimes there were screams in the night, the screams of horses, the screams of men. He saw it all from more than one vantage. He crouched on the hillside with Egwene, watching the torches move through the darkness like fireflies, and in his mind he ran in the night with Dapple and Wind and Hopper. The wolves had been too hurt by the ravens to run far or fast, so they intended to drive the men out of the darkness, drive them to the shelter of their fires. Men always sought the safety of fires in the end, when wolves roamed the night. Some of the mounted men led strings of horses without riders. They whinnied and reared with wide rolling eyes when the grey shapes darted among them, screaming and pulling their lead ropes from the hands of the men who held them, scattering in all directions as fast as they could run. Horses with men on their backs screamed too, when grey shadows flashed out of the dark with hamstringing fangs, and sometimes their riders screamed as well, just before jaws tore out their throats. Elias was out there also, more dimly sensed, stalking the night with his long knife, a 2-legged wolf with one sharp steel tooth.
Bruh. Like, come on, son.
If we run... He shook his head wearily and stood up like a man in a trance, stumbling down the hill toward the Children of the Light. He heard Egwene sigh and follow him, her feet dragging reluctantly. Why are the White Cloaks so persistent? As if they hate wolves with a passion. Why do they smell wrong? He almost thought he could smell the wrongness himself when the wind gusted from the riders. "Drop that axe!" the leader barked. Perrin stumbled toward him, wrinkling his nose to get rid of the smell he thought he smelled. "Drop it, bumpkin!" The leader's lance shifted toward Perrin's chest. For a moment he stared at the lance head, enough sharp steel to go completely through him, and abruptly he shouted, "No!" It was not at the horseman he shouted. Out of the night Hopper came, and Perrin was one with the wolf. Hopper, the cub who had watched the eagles soar and wanted so badly to fly through the sky as the eagles did. The cub who hopped and jumped and leaped until he could leap higher than any other wolf, and who never lost the cub's yearning to soar through the sky. Out of the night, Hopper came and left the ground in a leap, soaring like the eagles. The White Cloaks had only a moment to begin cursing before Hopper's jaws closed on the throat of the man with his lance levelled at Perrin. The big wolf's momentum carried them both off the other side of the horse. Perrin felt the throat crushing, tasted the blood.
Oh.
Hopper landed lightly, already apart from the man he had killed. Blood matted his fur, his own blood and that of others. A gash down his face crossed the empty socket where his left eye had been. His good eye met Perrin's too for just an instant. "Run, brother." He whirled to leap again, to soar one last time, and a lance pinned him to the earth. A second length of steel thrust through his ribs, driving into the ground under him. Kicking, he snapped at the shafts that held him. To soar! Pain filled Perrin, and he screamed. A wordless scream that had something of a wolf's cry in it. Without thinking, he leaped forward, still screaming. All thought was gone. The horsemen had bunched too much to be able to use their lances, and the axe was a feather in his hands, one huge wolf's tooth of steel. Something crashed into his head, and as he fell, he did not know if it was Hopper or himself who died. soar like the eagles.
Bruh. Oh my goodness. Like, holy shit. Like, bruh.
The grey-haired man made a casual gesture. Be at your ease, child buyer. You have tallied our costs for this encounter. The tall man moved his feet apart, but other than that, Perrin did not see anything ease about his stance. 9 men dead, my lord captain, and 23 injured, 7 seriously. All can ride, though. 30 horses had to be put down. They were hamstrung. He emphasized that in his emotionless voice, as if what had happened to the horses were worse than the deaths and injuries to men. Many of the remounts are scattered. We may find some at daybreak, my lord captain, but with wolves to send them on their way, it will take days to gather them all. The men who were supposed to be watching them have been assigned to night guard until we reach Camelin. We do not have days, child buyer, the grey-haired man said mildly. We ride at dawn. Nothing can change that. We must be in Camelin in time, yes? As you command, my lord captain. The grey-haired man glanced at Perrin and Egwene, then away again. And what have we to show for it, aside from these 2 younglings? Bayard drew a deep breath and hesitated. I have had the wolf that was with this lot skinned, my lord captain. The hide should make a fine rug for my lord captain's tent. Hopper. Not even realizing what he was doing, Perrin growled and struggled against his bonds. The ropes dug into his skin. His wrists became slippery with blood. But they did not give. For the first...
Bruh. Bro, why did they do Hopper like that, bro? It was definitely... Like, bro, they did not have to do Hopper like that, bro. For real. Like, there was, like... Bruh, I just don't understand. Like, bro, they did him so dirty. They did him so bad. Man, I just... R.I.P. Hopper was a good boy. He was the bestest boy. Hopper! Bruh. Why did they do us like that? Oh, man. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Chapter 30. Perrin has an intense relationship with violence. One of the early chapters described him as a bull in the china shop. Yeah, I agree. I love how Egwene just sort of accepts Perrin's abilities. Very few people would trust a man suddenly having weird powers in this world. That is actually super true. And she's like, okay, bet. I think having Elias there and explain a lot of the things as well, and having her be within earshot for some of those things is also helping. You know what I mean? Like, she's seeing the things happen firsthand. And I guess it's a point to take or something to note that the connection doesn't take the one power, because if they're in the steading area, he shouldn't be able to be connected like that if it took the one power, right? So that's definitely something to like figure out. Or at the very least to take note of. Egwene and Perrin have a lovely platonic relationship. For real. Just soar. Like an eagle. I always hated books where the dog dies, but this one makes you feel it. They make you feel it deep. They make you feel it real deep. Like, they just, I don't understand. It's like, bro, what moment is this from the show? You know what I mean? Like, god damn. Now I know what moment it is, but damn. Like, bro, why do they do us like this? It's just so heartbreaking. And then, of course, the rest is basically just the rest is just us figuring out how much of a superior questioner bruv is or whatever. Because he's like, yo, I'm on that ass. He's like, yo, if you know any of the stuff that you just said, then I know that is bad for you. You know? Like, if I know anything, then I know that. Yeah. You're right. The steading confirms his powers aren't one power related. Now you're thinking deep about the metaphysics. Yeah, I thought, I was like, yo, okay, that's definitely interesting because hold up. Marisu, you in metaphysics, yo. You be going crazy with the metaphysics. For real. You love it. You love it. You all about it. All right, ladies and gents, it's time to get into our final chapter. That is chapter 31. But before we do, what is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reactions. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update. Or movie reviews.
We love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying. That was pretty awesome. Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com. and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. All right. Now it's time to get into Chapter 31.
Chapter 31. Play for your supper.
So this is not a tremendously magical one or anything. It's definitely the most lighthearted one to end off with, to finally, not to be something that something a little lighthearted, something that wouldn't just so we wouldn't have to end with just complete heartbreak. That's basically what this is to not end on complete heartbreak and utter turmoil because of the section that we just went through. Like, good Lord. Oh, it was just so much jam-packed into everything that we just had that it was nice to kind of end on this magical note of Rand and Matt basically, going from farm to farm and, trying to help where they could. Obviously getting scammed a couple times along the way. But more than anything, utilizing the skills that, Tom taught them. And it's especially, really insane to even look at when you think about how he was like, why are you even really teaching us? Like, why is this even so serious, man? Like, we're not really ever going to use this. It's like, we're only doing this to get by, to do this. And then here they are utilizing these tools, and Tom's, Tom has sacrificed himself to help them along their own journey that he really had nothing to do with. We even heard them at the end talking about that, so it's definitely been it's like, this is the mark of it being one hell of a ride. Like, we have truly went very far within this story at this point. Our characters are no longer the same characters that we started with. Time has passed. A lot of time, days have went by, and everyone has been spending this time differently, and all of the actions that they have took day by day have led them farther from the goal that they want, which is like to go home, but it's leading them closer to the place that they need to be for the sake of the wheel and the way that the wheel is weaving currently. And it's just beautifully constructed to let us see, the wheel weaves as the wheel wheels type of thing. You feel me? As the dice roll, baby. That it's just such a beautiful way to bring everything back around full circle. For a lack of better words, that's what this moment is. That's what chapter 31 to me is all about, is things coming full circle, them utilizing these other things that they've learned for more reasons than one, using their farm stuff, using the the music and things, and like, in all intents and purposes, it's awesome because all of these stories, whether it's Egwene and Perrin, Nynaeve, Moiraine and Lan, or Matt and Rand, these stories all have found a way to weave together in one way or another. And this is like hearing them like seeing them just kind of take this route of being peaceful, going from farm to farm, playing music, doing all these things. It gives you the vibes of the Tinkers that we were just with Perrin and Egwene. And then the things that Perrin and Egwene are doing give you the same type of vibes of what we just had to go on with, with Tom and Matt and Rand. And it's like all these different sections are just doing a really good job of breaking up and coming back together, basically, like allowing us to really see what is happening with this beautiful story in front of us. And like I said, it's really being weaved together. It's being woven as we speak, or as we are going through it, just page by page. 455 pages in, or more than that at least. You know what I mean? 459 pages in, going into chapter 32, and it's just like, wow. Wow. I think Marisu says it best right here. This section is key to conveying the exhaustion of our guys. At this moment, they have been through so much. They've been through so much. And this is that moment of looking at them and seeing everything that they've been through, and now realizing that our characters are never going to be the same again. They're growing up. They're not just growing up, but they are forced to grow up. They're forced into these situations that is making them make decisions and forcing them to go down the path that they don't want to really go down. But again, it's not their choice. It's just as the wheel weaves. And coming out of this chapter with them having such a better understanding, I believe, after being able to make the family laugh and get, do all these other things, it's just nice, man. And then even getting the little flashback of the other house that they had went to, where the people didn't pay them. It's just giving us a quick it's giving us a quick breather, right? Like very similar to but it's not a quick breather, honestly, because this chapter is longer than the shortest chapter that we had in this segment, which is chapter 28, I believe. Chapter 28, yeah, Footprints in Air. Yeah, that was the shortest chapter that we had so far, and that was mostly about Moiraine and Lan and the first part of their journey. So going into this chapter of 31, Play for Your Supper, it's just, man, paying that homage to the Gleeman, right, is on one hand, and then you also have, wait, what's going on? And then you also have, bam, the logo for this chapter as well. And it's nice, man. I like it a lot. Yeah. Solid chapters indeed, man. I'm having a really fun time going through this book. And I am so baffled that we are so far into it. It just doesn't feel like time is flying, high key. Like there's a whole little extra baby in the world right now. Insane. Uh We have 21 chapters left, yo. 21 chapters. 21 chapters is crazy. Mm. 21 chapters left is actually diabolical, yo. Man, that Grinwell girl is horny, huh? Yeah, she was wildin'. She was definitely wildin'. She was trying to make it happen. And my boy Rand was like, please no. Like, he was like, oh my God, it's over. And Moms was like, what the hell is going on? I definitely thought something was going to go down. I'm not going to lie to you. But I know he loves him some Egwene, though. So he probably was trying to fight it. And what the hell is Egwene doing? She's being a freaking dirty girl over there freaking frolicking. She's a frolicker. Goddamn frolicker with what the hell was bro's name? The Tinkerer. Frolic Tinker. The Tinker Frolicker. I don't know. That's stupid. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yo, fantastic. We are in there like swimwear. 21 chapters left. Let me bring up what we have next on the readings docket for the next segment of reading. The next segment of reading, this is on the shorter side. Chapter 30. Oh, I don't think this is actually shorter. I'm tripping. Chapters 32 to 36. Oh, yeah, that is on the shorter side. Chapter 32 to 36. Oh shit, one of these, oh no, these are all very long chapters. Oh yes, all of these chapters are over 30 minutes. I actually understand. That's a lot. So we got 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters for the next lot of reading. All right. Is that a good section? Is that a good allotment, Marisu? We're almost done with this book. That's insane. Wow. The next 3 chapters are hard for some people because there's a triple nested flashback. A triple nested flashback. What? I don't know what that means. I was going to say don't go past 36, so that's good. Oh, okay, bet. All right, for sure. I will be on the lookout for what you were just talking about, Marisu. For sure. Yeah, these are some long-ass chapters, yo. What is that? Chapter 33? That's long as hell? Damn, chapter 33 is pretty long. That shit is like 27 pages, 23 pages. That's a pretty long chapter. 4 kings in shadow. I'm pretty sure that's the... Yeah, but then they came to 4 kings. Which is wild because didn't Tom tell them to go to 3 queens? Or am I tripping? Wait a damn minute. Damn, was that the first chapter we read? Oh no, the Queen's Blessing. Okay, I was like, hold the hell up, what? 4 Kings, Queen Blessing. Interesting. Just read the next 3 chapters, but you need to reread them again before moving on. I understand. So 32, 33, and 34. Bet. All right, sounds like a plan, Marisu. Yeah, it was the Queen's Blessing. I'm tripping. Sounds like a plan, Marisu, and everybody else too. Hope to see y'all. I really am going to try to go live at 6 o'clock next week. Like, for real, for real. I'm going to really try. Will it happen? I don't know, but I'm going to try. I promise I am going to try. And with all that being said, if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop a like and share on the stream. And don't forget to follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And of course, those weekly podcasts on Marvel Bros that you can get all the time. And we're going to have these Wheelie Wednesdays and book clubs be their own podcasts as well, starting in February. So you guys get ready for that. Make sure you add it to your playlists and all the good stuff on wherever you listen to your podcasts and all that good stuff, because we're getting wheelie with it, baby. We're going to get wheelie with it, baby. I am also very tired, Marisu. Didn't we just do Echo yesterday? Am I not tripping? Like, didn't we just pull like a 5-hour yesterday or a 6-hour yesterday with Echo, 4.5 hour today with this? Like, this is insane. But I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I love it. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's been dope, and hopefully we can get it going a little bit earlier. We're gonna be cranking out a lot of content out here in 2024. So I hope everyone's ready to get it click, clack, macking, and backing. And yeah, I definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. And as I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to say, whoa, what? And don't forget to papa. Like, what? I was going to cast a spell on y'all at the end. I'm sorry. I don't know what was going on there. But don't forget to stay marvelous. Sleep well and wake.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you later next week. Excellent.
On today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.